بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي، سعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية للتقييس، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا بكم في رحاب الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة بمناسبة انعقاد ورشة عمل متطلبات واختبارات السلامة من الحرائق في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت، التي تنظمها الهيئة في هذا اليوم الثلاثاء 10 من شعبان لعام 1437 هجري، الموافق 17 من مايو لعام 2016 ميلادي، بمشاركة عدد من الخبراء والمختصين لمناقشة العديد من المحاور والتجارب الدولية المتعلقة بقطاع التشييد ومواد البناء، لما يمثله هذا القطاع من دور استراتيجي مهم في حماية الأرواح والمنشآت من مخاطر الحرائق. الآن كلمة معالي محافظ الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة الدكتور سعد بن عثمان القصبي، فليتفضل معاليه.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي الأخ الأستاذ نبيل بن أمين ملا، الأمين العام لهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، سعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية للتقييس السيد زايو جانغ، أصحاب السعادة، رؤساء أجهزة التقييس في دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، الإخوة والأخوات، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم في رحاب الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة، ونشكر لكم تشريفكم لنا في الهيئة لحضور فعاليات ورشة عمل متطلبات واختبارات السلامة من الحرائق في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت. والله أسأل أن تحقق هذه الورشة الهدف المنشود من تقديم مادة علمية وفنية مفيدة تلبي التطلعات وتوفر بيئة مناسبة لمناقشة موضوع هام جداً يمس حياة كل مواطن ومقيم وزائر لدولنا المباركة. الحفل الكريم، لقد كانت المملكة العربية السعودية من أوائل الدول العربية التي بادرت بإنشاء جهاز وطني للتقييس، حيث صدر المرسوم الملكي الكريم بإنشاء الهيئة العربية السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس عام 1972 ميلادية، إيماناً من حكومة المملكة بما تمثله منظومة التقييس من دور هام في مسيرة التطوير والتنمية. كما انضمت المملكة العربية السعودية لعضوية المنظمة الدولية للتقييس آيزو عام 1964 ميلادية، تأكيداً للأهمية القصوى التي توليها المملكة لموضوع التكامل مع المنظومة العالمية للمواصفات والمقاييس وتذليل الصعوبات التي تواجه التجارة البينية بين الدول. ومثلت الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس المملكة العربية السعودية في عضوية مجلس إدارة الآيزو ل4 فترات متفاوتة، ومنذ عام 2005 ميلادية سارعت المملكة العربية السعودية في تبني المواصفات العالمية ليشكل مجموع المواصفات القياسية الدولية التي تتبناها المملكة من منظمات التقييس العالمية ما يزيد على 80% من مجموع المواصفات القياسية السعودية. الحضور الكرام، بذلت الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة جهوداً متميزة في تطوير كود البناء السعودي الذي يعد ثمرة لأعمال وجهود تكاملية وحصيلة لمشاركات نخبة من أساتذة الجامعات والمختصين من منسوبي قطاعات حكومية وخاصة متعددة شاركت بأعمال ونشاطات اللجنة الوطنية لكود البناء السعودي. ولقد كان وما زال هذا النشاط ركناً مهماً لدعم النمو الاقتصادي والتنموي الذي تشهده المملكة، والذي يشكل قطاع التشييد والبناء أهم دعائمه. الإخوة والأخوات الحضور، ترسيخاً لمنهجية التعاون والتكامل بين دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، فقد تم الاتفاق على إصدار كود بناء خليجي موحد يكون كود البناء السعودي مرجعاً أساسياً له. وقد تم الاتفاق بين أجهزة التقييس بالدول الأعضاء في هيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون على المضي قدماً في تطوير الكود الخليجي لما لذلك من مردود اقتصادي وتنموي لشعوب المنطقة ومقدراتها بإذن الله تعالى. لذا نؤكد على أهمية هذا المشروع الحضاري لدول المنطقة وضرورة الاستمرار في تبني استراتيجيات ورؤى موحدة ترسخ توجهات قادة الدول الخليجية نحو الشراكة والتكامل بين الدول في كافة المجالات. الحفل الكريم، ندرك جميعاً أهمية المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية ودورها الهام في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة والحفاظ على سلامة وصحة المستهلك. لذا فقد أولت الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة اهتماماً كبيراً لإصدار المواصفات القياسية بشكل عام والمواصفات القياسية الخاصة بقطاع التشييد والبناء بشكل خاص، حيث تم إصدار ما يزيد على 3800 مواصفة قياسية سعودية تم الأخذ في الاعتبار عند إصدارها مراعاة متطلبات السلامة والحماية من الحريق، إيماناً بأن مواد التشييد والبناء من أهم السلع الاستراتيجية التي تمس سلامة الأفراد والممتلكات، واستمراراً لمنهجية الهيئة في التواصل والشراكة مع جميع ذوي العلاقة في مختلف القطاعات. جاءت فكرة هذه الورشة التي تهدف لمناقشة موضوع هام وهو متطلبات واختبارات السلامة من الحرائق في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت. وكل ثقة في أن نخرج من ورشة العمل هذا اليوم برؤى ونتائج بناءة وفاعلة تسهم في تحقيق هدفنا الأسمى لتعزيز مكانة اقتصاد دولنا وترسيخ الثقة فيما يعرض بأسواقنا من منتجات ذات الصلة بقطاع التشييد والبناء. ختاماً، أتقدم بخالص الشكر لكم السيد زانغ رئيس منظمة التقييس العالمية آيزو على حضورك ومشاركتك لهذه الفعالية، وكل الشكر والتقدير أيضاً لهيئة التقييس الخليجية ومنسوبيها لما يقومون به من جهود لتعزيز الشراكة والتكامل بين دول المنطقة في مجالات التقييس المختلفة. ووافر التقدير والامتنان لجميع القائمين والمنظمين لهذه الورشة ولكافة المشاركين على تلبيتهم الدعوة بالحضور والمشاركة بإثراء هذه الفعالية بآرائهم وخبراتهم القيمة، متمنياً للجميع التوفيق والنجاح، سائلاً الله عز وجل أن يجعل أعمالنا خالصة لوجهه الكريم. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الآن كلمة معالي الأمين العام لهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية الأستاذ نبيل بن أمين ملا، فليتفضل معاليه.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وبه نستعين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي أخي الكريم الدكتور سعد القصبي، محافظ الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة، سعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية للتقييس ISO دكتور زيانغ والوفد المرافق، أصحاب السعادة أعضاء المجلس الفني بهيئة التقييس، أخواني الكرام والحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود في البداية أن نرحب بكم جميعا في هذا الصرح الشامخ الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة، وأتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى أخي العزيز الدكتور سعد بن عثمان القصبي على تنظيم واستضافة هذه الورشة المهمة حول متطلبات السلامة في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت، والتي تصب أولا وأخيرا في كود البناء الخليجي الذي سيصدر إن شاء الله خلال هذا العام. أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى سعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية للتقييس ISO دكتور زيانغ على قبوله الدعوة للمشاركة في إحدى فعاليات التي تنظمها الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة، وهي إحدى الدول الأعضاء بهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون. سيجتمع الدكتور زيانغ مع بعض أعضاء المجلس الفني لهيئة تقييس دول مجلس التعاون، وهم المدراء العامين لأجهزة التقييس الوطنية، لمناقشة ارتقاء التعاون بين الدول الأعضاء والمنظمة الدولية للتقييس فيما يتعلق بزيادة تبني المواصفات القياسية الدولية الصادرة عن المنظمة، وزيادة المشاركة في اللجان الفنية الدولية للمواصفات، بما يضمن المشاركة الفاعلة للدول الأعضاء في إعداد هذه المواصفات القياسية الدولية، والتي تساعد على تشجيع الصادرات الخليجية واكتساب حصة أكبر في الأسواق الدولية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك تقليل من العوائق الفنية للتجارة التي تنشأ عن اختلاف بين المواصفات القياسية المختلفة، حيث تشكل المواصفات القياسية الدولية قاسم مشتركا في التجارة الدولية. كما سيتم مناقشة دعم المنظمة لاستضافة أيضا إحدى الدول الأعضاء الإمارات العربية المتحدة لاجتماعات الجمعية العمومية للمنظمة الدولية للتقييس ISO 2021 والمجتمعات المصاحبة. أيضا سيتم مناقشة التعاون بين الهيئة والدول الأعضاء مع المنظمة في المواضيع التي أصبحت ذات أهمية بالغة على المستوى الدولي، وتشكل تحديا للعالم بالتغيير المناخ والاحتباس الحراري والطاقة المتجددة والمياه وحماية البيئة وغير ذلك من المواضيع المهمة. تتميز علاقات التعاون بين المنظمة والهيئة والدول الأعضاء بالنمو المضطرد في مجالات عديدة، مثل التوعية وبناء القدرات والمشاركة في المؤتمرات، حيث شاركت المنظمة ISO بفعالية في كثير من الدورات التدريبية والندوات والمؤتمرات التي عقدتها هيئة تقييس دول مجلس التعاون داخل الدول الأعضاء، آخرها المؤتمر الأول للتقييس في التعليم التي نظمته الهيئة بالتعاون مع وزارة البيئة ووزارة التعليم والتعليم العام بدولة قطر الشقيقة في الدوحة في شهر ديسمبر 2015 ميلادية. كما تتعاون الهيئة مع المنظمة في تبني أعداد كبيرة من المواصفات القياسية الدولية، كما سمعنا من الدكتور سعد أكثر من 80% من المواصفات القياسية السعودية، وأيضا كذلك مثل هذا العدد بالنسبة للمواصفات القياسية الخليجية هي متبناه من المواصفات القياسية الدولية ISO والRئيسي والكودكس وغير المنظمات الدولية. لا يخفى عليكم الدور الكبير التي تلعبه المواصفات القياسية الدولية في تشجيع التبادل التجاري وتحرير الأسواق وإزالة العلاقة الفنية. أتمنى من الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفقنا جميعا لما يحب ويرضاه. ختاما أود أن أتوجه بالشكر لسعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية الآيسو لتقييس على اختيار ورقته حول استراتيجية الهيئة استراتيجية الآيسو في دعم تطور هيئة التقييس، وأؤكد أن الهيئة قد راعت بدرجة كبيرة عند إعداد خطتها الاستراتيجية 2016-2020 والمعتمدة من مجلس إدارة الهيئة الموقر، عملت أن تكون هذه الخطة متوافقة بقدر الإمكان مع خطة المنظمة الدولية للتقييس 2016-2020. في الأخير أو ختاما لا يفوتني أشكر كل شكري وتقدير معالي محافظ الهيئة على تنظيم هذه الورشة وجميع الزملاء، وأسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يوفقنا جميعا لما يحب وترضاه ويحب ويرضاه، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الآن فليتفضل سعادة رئيس المنظمة الدولية للتقييس السيد زانغ بإلقاء ورقة العمل الأولى حول استراتيجية الأيزو الجديدة التي تدعم نمو تطور منظومة التقييس بدول مجلس التعاون.
Okay, here. Thank you. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think it's my honor to be here together with you to share the views of international standard. 3 years ago, when I got the position as president-elected, I have a plan, try to visit most of the members of ISO. But last year, I understand it's a difficult thing. So I tend to attend the Regional Standard Organization Conference. So today I come here. The SASO, GISO, gave me the opportunity. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to learn from you and serve of you. Thank you. And today, my short presentation's title is ISO New Strategies Supports GISO's Development. There are 3 parts in my presentation. The first part, I shall introduce the ISO strategy 16 to 2020. And the second part, I shall talk about the future of international standardization. And the third part, we shall discuss about the collaboration and the development. Okay, let's turn to the first part. Now this slide shows us what is ISO. ISO is an independent, non-governmental membership organization. And ISO is also the world's largest developer of a voluntary international standard. And ISO brings together the best experts through the national standard bodies and develop international standard. In ISO, we get very important principles that 1 member per country. What's that mean? That means ISO members express ISO in your own country, in your own region. For example, here in Saudi Arabia, the SASO is the only organization express ISO in this country. Okay, now this slide shows us ISO global system. Look at this triangle. In the center is the ISO's vision and the ISO strategy. In order to realize the ISO vision and the implement of the ISO strategy, we need our customers' active participation. We need good finance, we need good learning and good growth. And also we need strict internal process. I think that's ISO's global system. Okay, next one. We all know that last year, during our General Assembly held in Korea, we approved our new strategy, 2016 to 2020. But today, we did not discuss ISO new strategy. We discuss ISO new strategy directions. These 6 directions, they got a very close relation and support each other. They are strong foundation in people and organization development, appropriate use of technology, effective communication, and all these support help us to develop high-quality standards through ISO global membership, and ensure that we engage stakeholders and partners. These 5 directions, effective, will help us achieve the ultimate objective, ISO standard used everywhere. And next, we should take 2 directions to discuss the detail as example. The first direction is ISO standard used everywhere. And the second direction is to develop high-quality standard through ISO global membership. Okay, let's go to the first direction. As the first direction, ISO standard used everywhere, and this is direction supported by the 5 aspects. And now, we discuss only one aspect, using ISO standards to support and benefit organizations. We all know that since 2011, ISO has conducted the study on the economic benefits of the standard. The study covered 40 companies from 20 countries. For example, in Germany, we chose 2 companies in our list. One is a big company, that's Siemens. Another is a small company, we called it Nanotron Technology. Nanotron Technology is a small company. His year's sales revenue is only $4.5 million for 2010. But its economic benefits generated by the standard is over $1.48 million, and this value take nearly 33 of his year's revenue in 2010. So from this example, we understand why we see standard bring economic benefits for our organizations. And that's one of the reasons ISO standard used everywhere. Okay, let's go to the second direction. The second direction is to develop high-quality standard through ISO global membership. And this direction supported by the 2 aspects. The 2 blue bubbles here. One is excelling in the core business of standard development. Another one is exploring the full value of ISO member network. And every bubble supported by 4 points. And here we take left bubble and the first point and the second point to discuss the detail. The first point is the market really want, and the second is the solutions-oriented services. Okay, next one. Now this is the first point, market really want. We all know that the water is a very, very important resource for the human beings. And in ISO, our total international standard over 21,000. And more than 500 standard is about water. And here, I gave you only 4 standards about the water. The first one is ISO 18471. It's about agriculture irrigation water. And the second standard is about drinking water. And the third one is about the waste of water. And the fourth one is about pipe water. So from this example, we understand ISO only develops a standard for which there is a clear market requirement. Okay, next, the second point. The second point is about the solutions-oriented services. ISO, since we began to work 70 years ago, ISO tried to use international standard to help our members to address the global challenges. For example, when our industry development, first problem we meet should be quality. So ISO developed the 9,000 quality management standard soon to help our members to address the challenge. And when our industry continue development, we must meet the problem environment. So ISO developed 14,000 environmental management standard to as a solution provided to our members, government, and industry. And also, when our industry and the government development face the social responsibility problem and risk management problem, ISO developed the standard 26,000 and 31,000. In this way to help our members to address the global challenge. So from this example, we understand ISO standard provides the globally relevant solutions for almost all sectors activities. Okay, next one. We turn to the second part. We shall talk about the future of international standardization. This figure shows us it's a summary of ISO new strategy 2016 to 2020. And from the figure, we can see the next 5 years and even longer, ISO's work shall turn to 3 areas. The first is economic growth. The second is environmental integrity. And the third one is social. So these 3 areas, every area supported by 6 aspects. And every aspect supported by several specialties. And these make up ISO's future work, make ISO's framework for next 5 years. So from this example, we know ISO standard play an ever great role in shaping our future. So next we should take some examples to tell you what we should do the next few years. This standard, ISO 29400, just finished last year. It's about the windy electricity standard. Why ISO developed this standard? We got 2 purposes. The first, we want to meet the market needs. If the market, we get the needs for the windy electricity, ISO have to develop the standard soon. And the second, ISO want to develop the international standard to help our members to get the people's idea. We use this international standard to help tell our members the natural resources is quite limited on the earth. In the future, we shall use more and more new energy. It's our duty. It's this generation's duty. We shall save more and more natural resources for our children, for our children's children, even for the children's children's children. Okay, next one. Now, this standard is about the carbon footprint. I think everyone, whether you come from which country, which area, developing country or developed country, we all know the environment is very important for the human beings. So everyone here will remember, for the Paris Agreement, 2 weeks ago, signed in New York. That means the next 30 years, whole the world people shall pay attention to new energy. But in our daily life and daily work, how many people actively choose the low carbon products to use, to buy in your daily life and daily work? Why? Because we don't know which products belong to low carbon products. We want to use, but we don't know. So ISO developed the carbon footprint standard to get the people idea, to persuade our people try to use more and more low carbon products. That's also our duty. Our duty for the world, our duty for our country, our duty for our family member, and even the duty for ourselves' future. Okay, next one. This is a tendency of the future's international standard. This example from the picture you understand is about EV, electricity vehicle, and a recharger. 10 years ago, when the automobile company began to produce electricity automobile, every big company not only produce the EV, but also develop their own standard recharger. But the problem happened in China. Every big company want to build their own recharger for EV. But more than 30 big companies produce their own EV and develop their own standard for recharger. Every stop near the highway, they want to build their own recharger. How can we do that? It's convenient for the customer. It can save the time for customer, save the money for customer. No. So at last, the top 8, the world's biggest automobile company, have to sit together in the United States to discuss about the single international standard for recharger in the future. So from this year, China began to build recharger pillar everywhere in China because they got the single international standard for EV in the world. So from this example, make us now, emerging industries are in urgent need of harmonized international standard. So let's go to the second example. You can see this example, easy to understand, very popular in the world now, smart city. The smart city, every country, every big city are making their smart city. And nearly every big city develop their own smart city standard. Even our 3 international organizations, IEC, ITU, and ISO, we make our own working group for develop our own smart city standard. So last year during, I attended the seminar held in Russia. It's about industry and innovation. Nearby seat is IEC president, a Panasonic chairman from Japan. We discussed about this. How can we go in the future? We build our own international standard for smart city. What's the result? Maybe 5 years later, 10 years later, we understand we are wrong. We have to change. We have to pay the money again to build advanced smart city. And even some big company in the world, they don't give up the business opportunity. They developed their own international standard for smart city. So every country, every city, every organization, every big company develops their own smart city international standard. What's the result? And last year when I attended the seminar about smart country in Singapore, of course, Singapore is a very small country. So their smart country, nearly the same city for other big cities. But they want to build smart country. During the seminar, the Central Sector 8 of ISO gave me 2 examples. One is a Spanish city, Barcelona. Another city is Sando from South Korea. And they got a different project of the smart city. For example, the Sando. Sando's smart city is about a smart building, smart home, smart vehicle, smart plumbing. For the Barcelona, their smart city is about smart lighting, smart immigration, smart transport, and smart waste. Even the big city, their smart city is different. So we have to do something. And last, ISO, IEC, and ITU, 2 months ago, during our WIC meeting, we got agreement. This July, 3 organizations should hold single international smart city standard seminar in Singapore in July. So from this example, we know that the future belongs to those who cooperate. That's very, very important. If we want to only do the things by myself, it's easy. We needn't discuss with other country, other organization, other company. We build our own smart city. But at last, you must pay for your decision. Okay, next one. This picture, when you saw, is easy to understand. It's about global trade. I'm not sure, everyone here, have you been in China South City, EU? It's a very, very small town. 20 years ago, they began to produce small products. Okay, only yesterday, when I come here in Dubai airport, on the wall, you can see this EU have the sentence to show. Today, more than 40,000 foreigners live in this small town. And every day, they send the small products to everywhere in the world. But before last year, they send the goods by sea, by ship. And from EU to Germany should take 36 days. But last year, they sent a train from EU to Spanish. It only takes 16 days, very efficient. But what's the problem? The problem is that when the train got the yellow star, you can see you have to stop. Why? Because different countries got a different railway standard. So the train got the first stop is the boundary of the China and Kazakhstan. The second stop is Belarus and Poland. And the third stop is on the boundary of the French and the Spanish. So last week in Beijing, I attended UIC, the International Union of Railway, their regional seminar. His president fully agreed with ISO idea. He decided to attend this year's General Assembly held in China. He wanted to use the international standard to help UIC to change the problem now. So from this example, we know the global trade needs international harmonized standard. This is only in railway area. I think in other specialty, other area during our global trade, we need same solution. We meet nearly same problem. Okay, next one. From the previous slide, our discussion, I think everyone we know. In the past, ISO only developed technical standard. And later, ISO not only developed technical standard, but also management system standard. And now, ISO developed technical standard, management system standard, and social standard. Why? 3 years ago, when I just got the position, I asked a few council members about my future work, about ISO's future work. And the United States told me, oh, now you are the president. You have to change some idea for ISO. ISO's only develop technical standard, only do the things get the world's innovation, get the country's advantage in the future. You cannot make so many management standard. And I got the same idea from Germany. So I agree, they are right. But when I asked other council members, they told me, now, ISO have to make many management standard, social standard, because our country development in economy, we need this kind of standard. Why? Who's wrong? Who's right? That's because in this world, different country, in the different economic development period of time. So they need different standard to support their economic continuous development. It's a diversity of our organization. It's a diversity of our members. So we have to do the things. So on the left, you can see it's International Standard Day for ISO, IEC, and ITU. We got an agreement. One standard, one test, accepted everywhere. If this was widely recognized by the people in the world, international standard will have the more far-reaching impact on the global development in the future. I think that's all for the second part. Let's go to the third part. We discussed about the cooperation and the development. It's a very short time. Okay. Till now, ISO have recognized 8 regional standard organizations and 5 sub-regional standard organizations. GSOS is one of it. And ISO in this way, we want to build the cooperation link between ISO and ISO members, the regional members and the country members. So the cooperation with the regional and sub-regional organizations, that's based on the ISO Strategy Direction 1, ISO standard used everywhere. Okay, next one. We know that recent years, GISO actively participate in some international standard activities. For example, here, GISO has made their strategy for 2016-2020 that after taking into account of ISO strategy 2016 to 2020. And another example is GISO has established the GAF team for the social responsibility to promote the implementation of ISO 26000. I fully agree with this idea. You're right. Every country needs different standards. So you learned from ISO strategy 2016 to 2020 and got your own strategy 2016 to 2020. That's very useful. That's very efficient for your future development. So I agree with that. GISO members are all ISO members. So I hope you continue to actively take part in the ISO activities. And we share the ideas, the intelligence. Okay, next one. Last year, during our General Assembly held in Korea, the GISO proposed to cooperation with ISO on two topics. One is a standard, another is a training and twinning. I know GISO's concern about the standard is in three areas: energy conservation, global warming and green gas, and water. In fact, in ISO has established the corresponding TC and IC and developed some standard like ISO 5001 as energy management standard, and so on. So I think GISO members, we can share of that. And from this we know, ISO developed a market relevant standard that, based on the ISO Strategic Direction 2, develop high quality standard. Okay, next one. The GISO's concern, the second topic is about training and twinning. In ISO Central Sector 8, ISO Academy in charge of provide the education, training, development, research for our members. So this slide gave us some example. And the first is ISO Academy provides the training course for chairs and committees. And another picture shows is another training course, ISO INS project. The Singapore and the Myanmar, they get together to discuss the cooperation. And also some example about training. So from this example, we know ISO provides capacity building solutions for our members. That based on ISO Strategy Direction 4, people and organizations development. Okay, and now I show the next one. Now, I shall give you the two suggestions. The first one is organize the regional and the global workshop. And this kind of workshop can provide a good opportunity for our members, GISO members and every country members. In this way, we learn from each other, engage with our partners, stakeholders, and experts. This is, for example, the workshop held in Cuba, in Kenya, in Kazakhstan, and in Indonesia. So the GISO members are encouraged to organize the regional and global workshop. It's based on the ISO Strategy Direction 3. Engage stakeholders, partners, and experts. And also ISO Strategy Direction 6, communication. I think why I give you this suggestion, I think it's a good way to improve our organization members' ability. Okay, next one. The second suggestion is more and more use ISO solutions. ISO solution is a high-quality IT system. This system can help ISO members to go to a system supporting their standardization work on standards development, on publishing and products, on marketing and sales. And until now, in ISO members, 48 members are using ISO solution. So I gave this a suggestion. More GISO members are encouraged to use ISO solution. It's based on the ISO Strategic Direction 5, use of technology. So that's my two suggestions. And I think this is the last slide for my short presentation. And the last slide, we do not see, we can understand. Better together, we can make great things happen. So I give you the short summary of my presentation. The first, ISO new strategy serves as a guide to ensure the success of ISO into 2020 and beyond. Two, in the future, international standard will play a more important role in global sustainable development. Three, the successful implementation of ISO new strategy will depend on the effort of all members. Thus, ISO will closely cooperate with all parties concerned, including GISO. Four, GISO will benefit from the cooperation with ISO and will make considerable progress in the international standardization in the future. I think that's all for my short presentation. Thank you very much.
الإخوة الكرام، شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم، وندعوكم لاستراحة قصيرة بعدها نستكمل أوراق العمل.
Test. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test. Test.
بسم الله. طيب. الصوت واضح ولا الصوت كويس ولا قرب أكثر من المايك؟ طيب كذا أحسن، لأن في المشكلة إن الباب هذا فيه فلاش.
ايش ترى فتحة فلاش فوق موجودة.
أنا ما ودي أحوز شيء أنا.
لا لا.
يعني كذا كويس صح؟ ولا تبيني أربعة أكثر؟ طيب يلا 1 2. هلال ما أحب الهلال. طيب نبدأ مثلا. أنا خاف أقول لهم الأقرأ اللي عندي وبعدين يجون مستعجلين يحسبون إنه بدينا. لكن مثلا نقول الصباح اليوم كان الجو حلو مع إنه حر في السعودية دايم، لكن احنا نحاول يعني نشغل المكيف. المكيف شيء مهم. ايه طيب ما فيش خذ راحتك. فاقول لك يعني المكيف لازم تشغل وبدري يعني عشان لما تدخل داخل الغرفه يصير براد، لكن تقعد تنتظر كذا بتروح لك نص ساعه تنتظر غرفتها، فلا لا انت تنام كويس ولا انت اللي ايش. هذه في علوم حياه، هذه من خبره طويله في شو اسمه العيش في السعوديه. كويس ولا تكمل؟ اوكي حلوين. ايه اوكي خلاص خصمت. دي اوكي. لا انا بصمت عشان اسولف. حضورنا الكرام، نرحب بكم مرة أخرى في ورشة عمل متطلبات واختبارات السلامة من الحرائق في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت، حيث سنستعرض لحضراتكم ثاني أوراق عمل هذه الورشة حول التحديث المتوقع على مواصفة ألواح الألمنيوم المركبة. يقدمها الدكتور منصور بن هزاع، وهو أستاذ مشارك في قسم الهندسة الكيميائية في جامعة الملك سعود، ويحمل شهادة الدكتوراه في الهندسة الكيميائية في هندسة وعلوم المواد من جامعة مانشستر. فليتفضل.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبيه الأمين. شكرا. اشتغل هذا ولا لا؟ Good morning, everybody. Our talk this morning is about the brief update on the expected fire resistance requirements for aluminum composite panels. And as you have seen in this slide, in the last 10 years, a lot of fires, catastrophic fires, caused a lot of emergency cases and a lot of losses in different parts of the world. Maybe in our region, or in China, in Australia, it's concentrated a lot of fire accidents. The category of these fires become very high, and the emergency also, due to these fires, that's also is very high. The speed of burning and the speed of flame, the speed of smoke index is very high. And of course, the death and the casualty injuries is very low. But still, the cost and property and economical losses is very high. So a lot of government sector, a lot of associations, they are studying the case just to figure out and to analyze what's the cause of these types of fires. And also it's involving the usage of aluminum composite panels. And as you see here, it's the flyover of the aluminum panel after the combustion, because aluminum melting point is very low comparatively. It's around 700 degrees C. So it starts to melt and fly over. It will cause a lot of problems. It might also cause secondary fires in the adjacent area and making the process of firefighting complicated. So we have to study the case. We have to go to the code. We have to revise the standards and the specs of the materials to be used in construction industry. If we look to the aluminum panel, the component, it's very simple. It's only aluminum sheet and sandwiched a core between two aluminum sheets. Of course, there is a lot of coating, either to a permanent or temporary coating, but it's very simple from the appearance of these types of materials. The components, it's only aluminum sheet, core material with thickness range from 2 to 5 millimeters, and also the core material for the combustible one, thermoplastic core made of polyethylene, polystyrene, and so on. Or it might be a non-combustible mineral core, just to have a fire resistance requirement. And of course, a topside coat with fluorocarbon paints. This is a very short and very simple structure of the aluminum panel. In fact, If we look to we're going to see this is the aluminum sheet, grade 3,000 or 5,000, depends on the industry, and the polyethylene core material for the combustible one, and of course there is another also aluminum sheet. It's sandwiched between these two sheets by continuous lamination. If we look to the unique features of the aluminum composite panels, while you are using it, it's lightweight, high rigidity, excellent flatness, and also long-lasting coating qualities. Also, it gives a flexibility to designer to design any shapes that you want to be used as a facade for the construction. If we look to the overall factors which are going to influence the risk of fire of any construction materials, and of course, aluminum composite, one of these types of material to be used, it's the properties of the panels as a composite and as individuals, such as the thermal properties, which is very important for risk management or for the fire properties. The second, it's the regulations and building codes and provisions, which were requirements which will be used during the installation and erection of these panels on the buildings. And of course, the third, which is the risk assessment. So it's not enough to know the real properties or the standards, the specification of the materials. Even if you are going to use the regulation of the building codes, we have to have a risk assessment of using these types of materials for buildings. Otherwise, we may have the proper material, which is going to resist. We may have all the installation in the proper way, but the risk assessment will be done by different parties, either government sector, civil defense, the regulation codes, and other sectors. They are going to have a risk assessment to use these types of material. If we look to the common terms used by building codes and standards, which is referring to the combustion or fire risk of these panels, we're going to see combustible as a property which is readily ignited and burned. Why we concentrate in the nature of the material from combustibility point of view? To evaluate the heat release and also the flame spread, the smoke index, how much smoke to be released, and sometimes we have to think about the flame temperature by the combustion of these types of materials. If we have a non-combustible, which is not capable of undergoing combustion under specific conditions, and there is the standard and the organization standards to have a certain test as a reference for all material to be considered or classified as a non-combustible material. Third, it's the fire resistance or fire resistant rating. How to rate the material from combustion point of view? We have to have an index, we have to have a certain type of rating just to rate and differentiate between different types of materials. And the fourth, which is very important, it's the ignition temperature of the material. As we are concentrating now in the core, and we're going to see what will be the properties of the aluminum, which are going to affect the combustibility of the aluminum composite panels. More specifically, if we look to the requirements for the fire resistance for aluminum composite panels, we have to look first to fire resistance rating. This will be done for all types of materials to be used in construction industry. It's the rating. We have to have a rating. its type of a classification. We have to classify materials and the response of the materials during combustion. Of course, surface burning characteristics. We are dealing with the surface, which is adjacent to the fire, either outside the building or inside the buildings. These characteristics is very important, and there are certain types of tests which is stated for these types of surface burning to determine the flame spread index. And as we saw on the slide, that the flame propagation and the flame spread from one story to another story is very important. Smoke developed index, which is also very important, just to have the safety after the incidents. And the third, what type of testing we are going to consider or to be forced by legal authorities to do for these types of materials. It's full-scale test. We have a lot of 3 categories of tests. We have a small-scale test or a lab test. We have a medium-scale test, and we have a full-scale test. The full-scale test, which is going to be a simulation, complete simulation of these panels when it's installed or erected in the buildings. It's not a small samples with all of the features of the building, the openings, the door, everything. I think maybe our colleague will talk about in details about these types of tests. But all of these requirements should be consistent, should be checked as a checklist before the material to be used as a facade or as a curtain on buildings. If we look to the codes, they are going to classify the construction or the buildings to 5 types of classification by using the combustible materials. First, type 5, it's combustible construction. Type 4, heavy timber construction. So we are expecting the fire to take place in these types of buildings. We have to know to satisfy the requirements of non-combustibility. The third type, non-combustible exterior. And the second, non-combustible exterior and component. And of course, type 1, it's non-combustible materials and structure. This is the international codes about the classification of construction based on the usage of the materials, either combustible or non-combustible. We are going to see how to utilize this type of classification later on. If we look also to the classification of building based on usage and occupancy. As you know, it's from A to U, which is the assembly group, the business group, the educational, institutional, factory, high hazardous, and so on. So the problem with the codes, it's matching between these two, which is the classification based on occupancy and usage, and the classification based on the usage of construction materials to ensure the safety of occupants and also the safety of the buildings. There are another also classification for the materials to be used. This is the I think Chinese, but it's the same as the British standards, which is categorized the material for non-combustible by A1 or A2. It's a non-combustible material to be used as a core in the aluminium panels, or for any material to be used in construction. Difficult combustible B1 or B, it depends. Combustible B2 and DE, and also easy combustible by B3 or F. This is just a classification. Instead of using fire retarded panels or fire retarded materials, we're going to say A1, A2, and so on. 5 minutes? We have to look at the properties now of the components of the material. It's aluminum alloy with the proper density, yes, it's 2.73, and also the melting point, it's very important. We're going to come back to this, and also the thermal conductivity of aluminum in general, it's 160 watt per degrees K. Burning characteristics of the core material. For combustible material, we're going to have polyethylene or polypropylene or polystyrene. In fact, the most usage one for combustible material, it's the polyethylene. Melting point at 135. Ignition temperature between 341 and 357. Decomposition range between 335 and 450. For the same for the polypropylene and for the polystyrene. I'm sorry to be fast because of the alarm. Burning characteristics also for these types. If you have polyethylene, then the time since the fire will take place, it's only 80 seconds, 82 seconds to melt, and to ignition 90 seconds. Heat of combustion of polyethylene, it's very high. It's 46 million joule per kilogram, and also for polypropylene. Here, this is the heat of melting of aluminum, just for a matter of comparison, and you can see it's only 1 million. The aluminum need only 1 million joule per kilogram to melt, and the heat of combustion, which is produced by the combustion of polyethylene, it's 46, and you can see it's 46 times. But the quantity of heat, it's okay, it's important, but the most important issue, it's the flame temperature. We're going to see what will be the flame temperature. This is a good work done by a Japanese researcher about the flame temperature by the combustion of different types of materials. And we're going to see the polypropylene and polyethylene. They are very close to each other. Of course, the temperature here in degrees Kelvin, which is, we subtract 273, it's around 900, so it's above the melting point of the aluminum. So once the fire will take place and the polyethylene or the core or any combustible material will catch the fire, we are expecting that aluminum panel will melt. And the melting of aluminum panel, this is also what's another problem, will cause a secondary fire and make it difficult for controlling the fire. Also, the flame temperature with a good or well ventilation, still we are going to have a very high flame temperature, enough to melt aluminum panels. So these things should be taken into consideration during the assessment of the risk of using these types of material. If we are going to use a non-combustible materials, which is in our case, mineral wool, insulation, if we are going to see how the temperature will affect the case, it will start to charge slowly at around 300 degrees C, quickly around 400, and also becomes light gray around 500, and fiber fuse, it's going to melt at a temperature, it's very close to the melting temperature of aluminum. So both combustible core and non-combustible core, they're going to have a very bad effect on the aluminum sheets. So it should be taken into consideration and the usage of these types of material if there's a possibility to catch a fire. If we are going to also to check other materials to be used as a core material, polyethylene foam burns also at a temperature, it's below the melting point, and fiberglass at a temperature around the melting of aluminum, and stone wool. This is the best material to be used from safety point of view, from safety point of view. Fire resistant rating test, which is very important in our case, it's to intend to evaluate the duration of time of any building materials to change the integrity of the material if it's exposed to controlled fire. The results of the performance after the exposure, it will be expressed as time. 2 hours before changing the integrity, 6 hours, or even half an hour, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and so on. I hope that my colleagues will go into more elaboration. These types of tests will be using as a classification. Now it's a rating, because this rating is used in the building codes. We're going to see that in the table. This is in the test of these types of material with the 119 test. This is the timing. In the 5 minutes, the temperature will go to around more than 500. 10 minutes, it's 700. Of course, there is no direct contact, but it will going to melt. I have only 1 minute. I don't know what we're going to do. But it's not rated. I have been given 25 minutes. They gave me only 15 minutes. So if we look to the codes, we are going to see how it's considered in the codes. But the problem is sometimes it's redundancy of the codes. You have to go back and forth. You have to check chapter 7, you go to chapter 5, and sometimes there's an overlapping. So this is for the external wall in Saudi building codes. If we look at the durability, the fire resistance rating, you have to go to another chapter. We check the chapter right now. So the surface burning characteristics, by applying ASTM 84, it shouldn't be the flame spread 75 and also the smoke 45. It was a type of buildings. We are not going to use and install these types of material. If you go to check the fire resistance rating, we are going to see here, this is the rating, but now it's building elements. It's the building elements, which is individuals of the building and the structure, the type of material, and also this is what we call the rating, 3 hours. If we go for the exterior walls, we'll go to the table. We're going to see that the table based on the separation distance. So you can see group H, which is the high hazardous material, it's 3 hours. But for institutional, for residential, it's only 1 hour. So we have to focus on these items and these values to ensure the safety of the buildings and the people inside the building. Also, we are going to commonly with section. If you go to section surface burning, it will give you another value, just to ensure that the flame spread was less than 25 and 450. We come to using the full-scale test in MMCM, which is using the NFPA 285. This is the Saudi building code. We have another alternatives and exceptions, and these exceptions in the codes sometimes because some need to be tuned, and also to directly mention the aluminum panels because of the usage in our age. Fire separation distance for 5 feet, which is only 1.5 meter, I think it should be revised. This separation is not enough for the fire people with their equipment to move in emergency. I think that these things should be revised back again. The installation also to the height and also the limitation. We come to this self-ignition temperature. So the ignition temperature should be more than 343. The limitation shall not be exceed 28 square meters separated by a minimum 1.5 meters. So these codes, if it's followed exactly, then we are going to minimize the risk. But if we go to the ICP also, we have this is the 2015 version. If we look to the fire resistance rating, we have the same. We are in chapter 14. We have to go back to chapter 7, back and forth to check the rating. We have exceptional case here. Then the surface characteristics, they will go the same, 75 and also 450 for smoke. If we are going to types one, the first of types of materials of buildings, then the surface burning characteristics become 25 as flame index and also 450 smoke index. Full scale testing for the material by NFPA 285. Installation up to 75, we go to the mid or high rise buildings. There is a certain also regulation for that buildings, but still we have exceptions. These exceptions will cause a lot of problems due to the selection of the material and also installation of materials. This is the good, in fact, provision here. It's the prohibited occupancy, that MCM will not be used in group H, which is high hazardous material. Group I2, I think this is for hospitals, and we know that hospitals very critical buildings. Well, we cannot evacuate, we cannot move patients from the hospitals during the rescue or the firefighting process, and also for occupancy for another occupancy people. Because I have only 1 minute, so I have to jump to the last of my presentation. Well, we have to call in mind that if we are going to have, this is the aluminium panel, there is a fire. Even if we have a very resistant core material, still we have the problem and the risk of fire is there. Whatever tests, regulations we have, still we have the risk. What we are looking for, what I'm proposing for the fire rating, it's something like that in the codes, which is relating the classification from occupancy, starting from A up to U, type of construction, either first type, second type, third type. We have to specify the fire separation distance, so to make sure that everything will be done properly, and fire resistant rating back again. If we go to fire resistant rating for aluminium, and we are going to use the test, which is 119, and the temperature within 10 minutes, it will reach 700. I don't think aluminium will withstand this temperature. Even there is no direct contact. It's the distance between the flame of testing and the aluminium sheet is not far away. So it will not withstand for this type of testing, and the time is over. I'm very sorry for that. Thank you for patience.
نستأذن سعادة المهندس الدكتور عبد الله بن عوض القحطاني نائب محافظ الهيئة لتكريم الدكتور منصور الهزاع. الإخوة الحضور، ورقة العمل الثالثة لهذا اليوم عن أكواد الجمعية الوطنية للحماية من الحريق والمواصفات المستخدمة في جميع دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، يقدمها الدكتور درو أزارا، وهو المدير التنفيذي لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا للجمعية التعاونية للحماية من الحريق، وتركز مسؤولياته على دعم المعايير وتبني المواصفات والمقاييس والتدريب. كان له دور فعال في تبني وإدارة الجهود للمواصفات والمعايير وبرامج المطابقة في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. كان نائب رئيس التطوير المؤسسي للجمعية الأمريكية للاختبارات والمواد، حيث كان مسؤولا عن المعايير الجديدة في جميع أنحاء العالم لأنشطة المنظمة لمدة 28 عاما. الدكتور أزار لديه 35 عاما من الخبرة الفنية وتطوير المعلومات وبرامج القياس وتقييم المطابقة، شارك في مبادرات السوق الاستراتيجية لكل من الشركات الخاصة والهيئات الحكومية على الصعيد العالمي. الدكتور أزارة حاصل على درجة البكالوريوس في العلوم في الكيمياء وعلى درجة الماجستير في العلوم في الآليات التنظيمية من جامعة ولاية بنسلفانيا. أيضا فقد تابع الدراسات العليا في الإدارة التنفيذية في كلية وارتون. فليتفضل.
Is that working? Yes, I think it is.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Doctor, you could have taken more time. I was enjoying it. Sorry you got cut short. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I want to thank SASO for this gracious invitation to talk to you. I'm very proud to represent in the Middle East NFPA. The traditions of NFPA are quite significant. Let me just get this off here. And I look forward to sharing some comments in my presentation about NFPA, the NFPA position here in the Middle East. I have been working in the Middle East regularly since maybe about 8 years now. And I'm a neighbor. I reside in Dubai, so at any time in the future there's anything I need to do, it's a short flight. And I always look forward to coming down to Saudi and here in Riyadh. So my presentation, these are the key points. And what I've observed is a trend here in movement toward a consolidation of codes and standards for fire and life safety. And that trend has become a reality, and I'll share with you the reality that has come to be within the authorities having jurisdiction. So my points, I'll talk briefly about NFPA, the adopted and use of fire and life safety codes and standards, effective conformity programs being implemented, and this is key. It's one thing to say these are the standards we're following, these are the codes we're following. It's something else to implement them. Implementation is difficult, takes time, and I want to share some thoughts about those things. And of course, training and building a professional development plan, the infrastructure to educate people and capacity building is important. All of this for enhancing safety and the quality of life for the Middle East. NFPA is a non-governmental membership organization founded in 1896. The organization has been around a long time. The core competency is fire and life safety. The experiences gained from NFPA, for the most part, are due to fires. What happened with the fire? What was the result? And improvements to those codes and standards over time to reflect improvements to protect property and people. The mission of NFPA is to reduce the worldwide burden of fire and other hazards on the quality of life by providing and advocating consensus standards, codes, research, training, and education. Consensus codes. I just want to highlight by consensus codes what that means in NFPA. All of the different stakeholders are involved in the development, revisions of these codes and standards. So you have producers, users, general interest representatives from government, academia, firefighters, first responders, all participating, constantly improving these codes and standards. And this is on a global basis. I'll go into a little bit about that. NFPA has more than 80,000 members from 100 different countries that participate in this. They're headquartered in the Boston area in the USA, and there are international offices in Canada, Mexico, France, China, and I represent the Middle East. The office is in Dubai. NFPA's 300 codes and standards influence everything in the built environment, from the original design to the installation of that design to the commissioning of the building, and then the maintenance, which is critical. It's one thing if everything is approved at the commissioning stage, but over time, in order to meet the codes and standards, you need to maintain a maintenance program, so that's critical. These NFPA codes and standards are reflected in both fire prevention and firefighting. Just briefly, I'm going to go through just 5 examples of NFPA codes and standards. We have the world's leading advocate of fire prevention is the NFPA, and NFPA 1, which is the fire code, represents a comprehensive integrated approach to fire code regulation and hazard management. NFPA 13, standard for the installation of sprinkler systems, advances how sprinkler systems design, installation, maintenance, and AHJs can safeguard people and property against fire, so the sprinkler systems. NFPA 72, the National Fire Alarm and Signaling Code, is today's source of the installation, testing, and maintenance of fire alarms and emergency communication systems, including the mass notification systems. NFPA 101, which is the Life Safety Code. This is critical. Establishes minimum requirements for new and existing buildings to protect building occupancies from fire. And the NFPA 5000, which is the Building Construction and Safety Code, establishes requirements for construction, protection, and occupancy features necessary to safeguard life, health, property, public welfare, and minimize injuries. Similar document is the International Code Council, ICC, IBC, which is the International Building Code. I just wanted to let you know that the 300 codes and standards that NFPA produces are all available online, and you have free access to those. So I would just note the nfpa.org/free access. You may want to jot that down, and you can look at any of these online and give yourself a little bit of education on the use, application, the scope section for these documents. It's very valuable, and the latest information is available for your use. Adopting fire and life safety codes and standards. This is what the AHJs, the authorities having jurisdiction, have been looking at throughout the Middle East for a number of years now. Particularly, I've seen a clear focus on the direction that the AHJs are taking over the last 3 to 4 years. They were looking for the highest quality technical information. They wanted an open consensus process, a process by which they could participate if they wanted to in the development or revision of those codes. They wanted a globally recognized brand. These were all key things in their decision process. They wanted to be able to locally adopt them. And very important, they wanted a partnership with an organization for implementation. I can't emphasize that enough. So leadership by the authority, a clear direction for the market has been set. And I say this for each and every country in the GCC. It minimized confusion and uncertainty. It maximized that consistency and certainty. And they leveraged a global partner. We're in the process in many of these countries implementing intelligently and effectively. All of this is well underway. So building codes and standards used in the region, expanding building and infrastructure projects are going on and continuing all through the GCC. There's a clear direction that's established. Everyone is working on the same sheet of music. They've removed conflicting technical requirements, and this is happening in the GCC, regionally, by each country, and locally. So I have some examples here, and I've listed Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia. I could list Kuwait, Oman. The authorities having jurisdiction. I'll apply this to the UAE, Oman, and Kuwait, just as an example, those three countries. The civil defense of those three countries made a clear decision that all of the standards, all of the codes related to fire and life safety will be NFPA. Oman, UAE, and Kuwait. We started by training the civil defense. Since 2013, we've held training programs for the staff of UAE Civil Defense at the federal, as well as every emirate level, all the civil defense in all the emirates. We're doing the same thing in Oman. We're doing the same thing in Kuwait as well. At the same time, we are educating the private sector. So we're looking at this from a 360-degree perspective. When I say the private sector, engineering firms, design, architectural, the financial center, whether it's insurance or banking, transportation. I know transportation is a big issue here. We've done training here at NFPA 130, which deals with the metro system. Petrochemical industry, manufacturers, suppliers, testing laboratories. What has happened is everyone in those three countries are moving in the same direction. The confusion has been minimized. They were looking at standards from Singapore. They were looking at standards from Canada, Europe, other parts of the world. All good documents. What they've realized is the importance of having an infrastructure to support that implementation. So it's a dual track. We're working with the AHJs, the authorities, and we're working with the private sector as well. We're making the same type of progress with Qatar, and we're doing the same type of programs right here today in Saudi Arabia. We have a partner, Al-Thiga Training Institute, and with that partnership, we're providing training for the NFPA 101, for the NFPA 72, 13, the certified fire inspector, the certified plan examiner, all pulling together training for the industry in order to have a common goal. We've also reached out with the Saudi Council of Engineers that are part of that process as well. So not too many years ago, I would see and talk to AHJs about what standards they're using. And for the engineering community, for the government sector, for the private sector, it was nothing but confusion. I have seen tremendous consolidation toward the NFPA because of that NFPA brand, because of the process, the global recognition of that, and the support that NFPA provides to the marketplace. So conformity programs are well underway and being implemented throughout the Middle East right now. People are being educated and conformed. Programs are in place and functioning. Products validated and recognized by standards. The next presenter you're going to hear is a testament to how the connections are being made in following the codes and standards with certain test methods, whether it's ASTM, NFPA, UL, and how certifications and those laboratories being accredited all come together in a cohesive way so that products are approved by the authority based on science, based on the test, and the right tests. So enforcement and laws, and of course operation and maintenance are critical. Once the building is built and commissioned, everything is fine, but over time it needs to be maintained. So without these conformity programs, there's a lack of educated professionals, lack of capacity building of people to be able to perform their task, lack of consistency and direction, low quality products and services being used, and most importantly, confusion and conflict in the market. One of the key things of conformity is training. This is ongoing every week here in the Middle East, training and building a professional development plan for experts. So committed to professional development, NFPA offers certification programs such as CFPS, CFI1, CFI2, and CFPE. NFPA offers a comprehensive fire protection and life safety certificate program on all of those standards that I mentioned earlier, whether it's the NFPA 101, 72, 13, NFPA 1. And it's instructed by NFPA employees and other globally recognized experts. So we've developed a career development path working with each of the countries that I mentioned here in the GCC. And here are the training programs, the 101, 13, 72, 1. You receive from NFPA a certificate of attendance and a certificate of educational achievement. That is received at the last day. Most of these classes are a full week. The last day, there's an examination. You pass the examination, you receive that educational achievement. We also leverage that base of knowledge into a globally recognized certification program, and that's the Certified Fire Inspector. If your focus is learning more about what is involved in meeting the codes and standards, that would be applied to inspecting a building. Critical aspect. Plan examiner. The function here is to be able to understand how the codes and standards should be applied within a plan. So this certification is a demonstration of an individual's capability to be able to accomplish that. And the Certified Fire Protection Specialist is somebody that has just a broad knowledge of all of the NFPA codes and standards mentioned. So enhancing safety for the Middle East for citizens and visitors. Leadership from the authority. I wanted to share with you, and I think this is important, that decisions have been made by the authorities. The authorities meaning civil defense, the authorities meaning Dubai, Abu Dhabi, airport authority, other authorities, even the private sector authority. Yeah, private sector could be an authority too. For example, if I'm an insurance company and I see it critical that if I'm going to write a policy and you're a building owner, you need to demonstrate to me that the building applies to the various codes and standards. It might reduce a policy cost, it might reduce that, but on the other hand, it's an incentive, and the insurance company can drive the usage of, and they do, the usage of these codes and standards in the marketplace based on business conditions. So selection of a fire and life safety code and standards, what I see with my boots on the ground here in the GCC, it's NFPA for fire and life safety. Implementation of conformity programs are well underway. Education, we have tremendous education continuing, and since 2013, those educational programs are continuing and escalating. There are more and more of them throughout all of the countries I mentioned. The authorities are enforcing it now, and they're implementing this at the level of maintenance as well. and they're engaged with NFPA and constant quality improvements, all for enhanced safety and quality of life for the Middle East. That was the message I wanted to bring to you about the growth and decision process that has gone on here in the GCC with the usage of NFPA. I think that there's a clear direction that's been set. I don't see any movement in another direction from these countries. We're only seeing increased training, increased opportunities to connect with engineering firms, with testing laboratories, to have a full program for conformity of what now is a decision on what are the codes and standards to be adopted. You probably have some questions, and if it's okay, if I could ask the audience for questions? We'll wait for the last. Okay. I was on time. I burned through my time. We're okay. Thanks. With that, thank you very much.
يتفضل السعادة المهندس التكريم الدكتور درو أزارة. الآن يقدم السيد أبو الشيخ تشابرا ورقة العمل الرابعة حول السلامة من الحرائق في صناعة التشييد وأنواع المواد ومتطلبات الاختبارات. يمثل السيد أبو الشيخ تشابرا شركة توماس بالرياض الدولية والمعتمدة من عدة جهات، وهي شركة هندسية مقرها دبي، وتقدم خدمات الاختبار والتفتيش وإصدار الشهادات المستقلة. تساعد الشركة صناعة البناء والتشييد لتحقيق السلامة والجودة في المنطقة منذ عام 1995، وهو مهندس ومنسوب دراسات عليا في المالية، وكان مناصرا للحاجة إلى الاختبار والتفتيش وإصدار الشهادات لتحسين السلامة والجودة لمختلف الصناعات في السنوات 15 الماضية، بالإضافة إلى مساعدة الجهات المانحة لإصدار الشهادات. قام بكتابة العديد من المقالات وعرضها في مختلف المحامل حول جودة السلامة الإلزامية والذاتية، وهو مسؤول عن اختبارات الحرائق واكتشاف المسببات الغير مباشرة لها. فليتفضل.
Presentation? This one.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Disconnect.
Assalamu alaikum. Sabah al khair. Still. Good morning, everyone. That is the limited amount of Arabic I speak. Sabah al khair, Sabah al nur. So first of all, thank you very, very much to SASO, and to all the dignitaries who have been able to come and attend the program. I will be continuing, Dr. Mansoor, what you started, and I will be building further on this. And it is my role here to tie all the pieces that we have been discussing since morning, the standards, the codes, the testing, and most importantly, fire safety in buildings. I will be asking a lot of questions. In the middle, I think there are some mics that have been arranged to answer the questions. You will notice we are already accredited by GSE as we were talking in the morning. And so some of the points which I will be covering, you must have seen in the agenda document also. But I would start mainly with fire safety, which is critical. And I would like to ask questions to the audience. But before that, I would like to ask if you recognize this place. Anybody? You're in Riyadh for some time. You know where this is? Yeah? Familiar. Anyone would like to guess what this place is? No one? Which roundabout is this? Abdulaziz and King Fahd intersection. Yeah? It is King Fahd Road intersection with King Abdulaziz. Yes, intersection. So maybe you know this, maybe. So my question to everyone, the first question is, how does a city which looks like that in the first photograph change to a city like this? I want some answers. You have seen the city, right? How does this change happen? Yes? Yes. There is no cross? Okay, this is a photograph I found on a postcard, very old. It said that this is the intersection of Abdulaziz and King Fahd. So I am sorry. Thank you for correcting. But my question, how does this change happen? How does the city which looks like the one in the first photograph change to the second? Magic. Any other answers? Yes. Yes, it is. How does this development happen? Yes. Right, right. Where does this begin? Very right answer. Any other answers? What is the first step? Grow. High-rise buildings. Any other answers? What is the first step? The first step is design. We design a city. We design a building. Right? Planning. Yes, planning is important. Then, what else? After design, what happens? So, assuming you have construction. Any other answers? How does construction happen? Yes? Operation. Yes, any other answers? Okay, so to begin construction, the first thing that we need materials, right? You agree? A lot of people here from SASO who deal with materials all the time, right? What happens when we have material? So you have a design, you have all the raw material, then how does the building come up? Sorry? Execution, very important. How does execution happen? We need people. People who need to build the buildings, all the different types of buildings. So these are the key elements of how a city which looks like picture A, which is not exactly the same as in picture B in location, but the city transforms, right? So I will be building up first to talk about materials. People in SASO, civil defense authorities, we understand that we have been talking about materials, that materials should be good. Dr. Mansoor was talking about the ACPs, how it should be qualified. So I will go a little deeper to describe various types of materials that are used in construction. Has any of you seen a building getting constructed? Like this maybe, at high speed? But are you involved in construction, in overviewing of design of buildings? Yes, you have. Sorry? So some of you may have seen that a building which starts from zero, grows up to become like this? Yes, you have. So you have seen what all goes in a building, right? Are others aware of what all goes in a building? So many materials. So I will classify, typically the materials that we use in buildings are two types of materials. There are standard products which are manufactured in factories, and then there are products which are designed specifically for buildings. Can someone give me example of standard products that are manufactured in factories? Concrete? What? Any other product? Pumps, very good. Very good answer. Any other standard products? Air conditioners. Yes. Electrical items, sanitary items, yes. I'm going to ask a question after 6 slides for all of these answers, okay? So typically, it is good to understand how standard materials like pumps, like cement, like electrical products, someone said HVAC, any other answer. These are manufactured in a factory in a standard production process. Do you know how pumps are manufactured? Anyone would like to answer how pumps are manufactured? What goes to make a pump? Any pump, let's say fire pump, NFPA 5000 pump. How is it manufactured? Yes, very good. What material? Steel. Yes. Any other material? Yes. Wires, rubber. But to bring all of these materials together, there has to be a design in place, right? Maybe some manufacturer has their own design. As testing laboratory, as people who use materials, all of us must know that these things, the raw materials, cast iron, wire, rubber, design, all these things that go to make a pump need to be frozen and are fixed. If there are 10,000 NFPA 5000 pumps which are supplied to a hospital, all those 10,000 pumps have to behave exactly the same way. This is a standard product, right? What about customized products? Can you give an example of a customized product? Facades, yes, I agree. But glass is a standard product. Same type of glass is made. Door, if you say 60-minute fire-rated door, wooden door, 30 doors are made the same way. Any answer? Ducts. You're seeing cheating. You saw a photograph before, huh? Any other customized answer? What is customized? The ducting is customized. Facades are customized. Piping is very good. Fire stopping. Fire stopping is customized. Very good answer. Piping is customized. Cables are manufactured as a standard product, but maybe some installation is customized. Yes? Sanitary ware items are, some are customized, but you also have standard pipes, standard taps, standard fixtures. They are standard products. Sorry? Decoration. Very nice. Lift is designed for a building, yes. So the reason why, sorry? Yes, extinguishing system is always designed, customized. What is the placement of the sprinklers? What is the pressure that needs to come is always customized. So the reason why I'm asking is that if you want to validate a customized system, there has to be a different method to validate these customized systems, right? So park this thought here, and I will now talk to you about something related to design, which we started off. We have been talking about codes. Drew talked about the NFPA code. Dr. Mansoor also mentioned about other codes. We have been talking of various codes, but what are these codes? Any answer? Sorry? Standards. Standard requirement. What is the link between the code and the building that is getting constructed? Sorry? It is for the safety. Any other answer? Matching. So, sorry? It is a number reference. Typically, like you see the NFPA 101 as a photograph here, it is a guide to help people design the building. A lot of you have been involved in the Saudi Building Code, and some of you may be familiar with these sections. Have you seen these sections? Yes? Law. But how does the law as a document help someone who is building a hospital or a mall? Yes. 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 So very important, sir has pointed out, method of design is what the code defines. It also defines the type of products. How do you qualify a product that is used? I will talk a little more about the 801 section of the Saudi Building Code, which is currently in publication, and what it talks about. Dr. Mansoor had pointed in your presentation occupancy type. Do you understand what occupancy type would mean normally for the law? What does occupancy type mean? Sorry?
The function of the place.
Okay.
So you have to follow in the design according to the importance of the occupancy of this.
Okay. How does that affect what the civil defense may be doing in terms of fire extinguishing?
It refers to its reflection to the importance of this. It's the importance.
I want to explain this concept because it is very, very critical for everyone to understand that occupancy type has two meanings. One, it defines the type of people that are in the building. So, for example, when you go to a mall, I hope you go to a shopping mall, do you know all the routes in the shopping mall? You don't know. When you go to your house, your building, you know where the corridor is, you know where the fire exit is, you know where the doors are. When you go to an office, do you know, you may know some places. You will not know all the places. So, there are two things that occupancy type defines. One, what are the type of people who are there in the building? Are they educated people? Are they uneducated people? Is it labor? Is it construction? This is very critical in designing of the code. Because if you want to make any deviation, you know that the people who are living in your country, who are living in houses, how aware they are of what to do in case of a fire. If there is a fire, how will these people run out of the building? The second important thing which the occupancy type defines is, like some buildings are more hazardous, some are less. And also, how far is the fire brigade of civil defense from that building? These three criteria are most important for you to allow any deviation in approval of a building. If someone comes for a building approval and they want more sprinklers or less sprinklers, fire-rated doors, more time, less time. Dr. Mansoor was explained the concept of fire-rating partitions and fire-rated doors. Do you know why it is 2 hours? You know there is fire rating, right? Why is it 2 hours? Why is it?
Because of the number of people, the space is.
That is one.
Hospital or warehouse.
Yes. Any other? How far is the closest fire brigade? These things are described and linked in the code. And this is how, like sir was mentioning here, it is the law. This is how the law is created, specific to the country. Have any of you read through the fire protection code? You have read. Anyone else? Or this is the first time you are seeing some of these sections? So the law in the code defines that the materials that are going to be used, they should comply to certain test methods. I have written some of these test methods. These are all written in the code that has been published and is being used in the country. They define that if the building is a mall of so many stories, then the doors have to be tested in accordance to UL 10C, or the wall partitions have to be tested as per this standard. They should have 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever is the rating. This is the law, as you said. This is the law that defines how these tests should be done. You were talking of the ASTM E84 test, which is written in the code. It talks about this code. There are sections of the code which define. You were talking of NFPA 285 test for cladding materials. This NFPA 285 test is written as law in the Saudi Building Code, that cladding material, when it has to be installed, it has to be tested as per the NFPA 285 test. Similarly, there are other sections of the code which define the testing requirements. There is, I will be talking about these test methods, the NFPA 285, the ASTM E84 test for flame spread in subsequent sections. But I wanted to bring out that this is how the code is linked with the materials that are to be used. Very quickly, I will talk of fire protection methods. Are some of you aware of what people do when they are designing a building for fire protection? Any answers? Yes. You are the bright man. Please give him a mic.
You have to take this manual for samples, which file rating for each section.
Okay.
You have to select your section and then
Design.
it's for 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour.
Mhm.
Then you have to put your section and then you go back to NFPA for the other items.
Okay. Okay. Any other answers for fire protection? How is fire protection designed? Yes. Coating. Sorry? Coating. Coating on the system.
But you have to specify by university first.
Mhm.
University importance factor, you have like you have to go to UPC, define your building, and then you rate how many hours you need for each section.
Okay.
Then you go to select your.
Yes. Type of material is very important. Yes. Risk. This is the best answer. I'm sorry for everyone else. The first step when you are designing fire safety is evaluating the risk. If it is a mall, which will have 2,000 people coming in, there is a different risk. If there is a hospital, people cannot. So, importance. So, risk is where you begin and where you start the design. But then, what happens in case of a fire? I want to explain what is, have you seen sprinkler systems? You have seen gas detection systems? What do they do? What do they do? Whenever there is a fire, they act. They act. They behave. They are active systems. Because if there is a fire which is detected, the sprinkler system will activate. The alarm system will send a message to civil defense that there is a fire here. These are active systems. And it is important for us to understand how active systems behave. And then there are systems which are passive systems. They don't do anything. Their job is not to do anything. If there is a fire-rated door, what does the fire-rated door do? It transfers the fire? It does not transfer the fire. It will not prevent spread of fire. So if there is a fire in the room outside this, and this is the fire-rated door, it is closed, it will not let the fire come inside for 2 hours, or 3 hours, or 1 hour. That is fire resistance. If there is a wall which is supposed to contain the fire on one side, it will resist the fire. If there is carpet and if a cigarette falls on it, if it is spreading the fire, it is reacting against fire. So these are 2 different types of passive fire protection methods, which is the behavior of material that is used in the building. The material does not do anything on its own. It does not react. But it prevents the fire from either spreading laterally, like if there is a fire, if there is a fire that is here, will it spread on the surface? This is tested by the ASTM E84, surface spread of fire. Will it spread quickly or will it spread slowly? What is the difference if there is a carpet versus there is a cement board? Where will the fire move more quickly? Carpet. Why? Why? Plastic. You know how it is manufactured in the factory. Petroleum product. It is flammable. Very, very correct. So, these are some of the reaction to fire tests that are written in the Saudi Building Code, the ASTM E84 test, and the large-scale fire propagation test. And would you like to see a video of the ASTM E84 test? How it is done? Have you seen? Has anyone seen a ASTM E84 test? So this is typically the test equipment where you have a large tunnel onto which the samples are placed face down and the lid is closed. And there is a fire which is started on one end and the fire moves on the surface of the material. And this is recorded, and how quickly the fire spreads is captured. We were talking of 75 as the surface spread of flame requirement as a ratio. If you want to learn more about this test, I have some more documents and I can share that how this test is performed. Any questions till now? Yes? Yes. Very, very good question. Anyone else who has this doubt? What is the difference between fire resistance and fire retardant? Anyone else? So, to answer to your question, Fire resistance is only conducted or done for walls or partitions. Any system which is a wall, a door, which encloses a boundary of a room or a building requires fire resistance, which means imagine this hall is on fire. And if all the doors and walls are fire resistant, then fire will not escape to the next room. This is fire resistance. Okay. Fire retardant means if there is a fire that is coming on the material is not causing the fire to grow. Fire retardant, best explained is an example. There is carpet and there is cement board. Okay? Cement board is more fire retardant than carpet, right? Because it will make the fire to spread. So fire retardant is required on surfaces, on finishing material. It could be wall, it could be floor, it could be upholstery, it could be carpet. There you need to check if the material is fire retardant or not, but not fire resistance. Fire resistance is between one compartment and the second compartment. Any other questions? No? No questions? Yes. Sorry, louder. Is there a mic? Okay, yeah.
We were talking about AFP and PFP.
AFP, PFP. Okay.
So is it important that all these two together, it can work as, for example, you have one and you do not have
I think it is a very good question. The gentleman here talked about risk, which is the first thing. When the risk is calculated, both the active fire protection method and the passive fire protection method, they need to be used in parallel. In some buildings, you may use more active and less passive, but both protection methods need to be used together. Any other questions? Yes, sir. I think it's a very good point. I was in a conference last week in Sweden on facades fire, and this problem is not just in Dubai. This problem is everywhere in the world, because 10-15 years ago, everyone in the world wanted greener materials, better insulation for buildings, and more high-rise buildings were being built. And at that time, people did not know that this effect of exterior material can behave. Because when people were designing buildings, they only knew fire resistance. So the outside wall of the building, the concrete wall, is fire resistance. So fire will not come out, fire will not go in. But they did not realize that the clothes that the building was wearing can catch fire. You must understand that if the cladding has caught fire, people in the building are okay, because there is fire resistant wall, fire resistant door, but the face of the building is finished. The look is gone, the thermal insulation, all of that material is gone. So this problem is not only in Dubai, but is in many places in the world, many places. I will be covering this, that how you can overcome these problems. And I have some test methods, and I am explaining how the code addresses this issue.
Most of the people I saw, they are greedy. They want to save the money. They put cheaper materials. They build the buildings. In my idea, most of the people, they want to save the money. They want to reduce the cost. Then they build the buildings. They want to get the, money quickly back. That's why this happened coming. Sometimes myself, I've told the people, this is danger for you. Don't fix this product. They said, no, it's okay. Everyone fixing, so we are going to fix. So this has happened also.
Yes. Yes.
So this is sometimes greediness. It is make a cost. Everyone know this is petroleum, this P we are fixing, this is danger for us. But this is the main reason. You save the money. But when law comes, then everyone afraid no.
I think it is
only
important.
Only they can catch by law only, the people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now the code in Saudi Arabia also, there is the law which writes about, it mandates that the material that is to be used should comply to these test methods, and the authorities who are approving the buildings and regulations, they will start factoring in these things while they are planning for the new buildings. Okay, so these are some of the tests which we conduct for resistance to fire. Have any of you seen a fire resistance test for doors? You have seen? In which laboratory? Oh, just 2 hours from here you can come and see in our laboratory. Anyone else? Yes, sorry.
You will allow us to see us?
Yes, you'll have to pay for the test. So I'll just show a very quick video of how this fire testing is done or planned. Typically, a door is installed in a partition, and this partition is then loaded onto the furnace, and the furnace is controlled as per the British standards, US standards, NFPA standards. As you can see, there is a fire that is behind the partition, and all the readings as per the test methods are taken, and we arrive at what we were discussing, a 2-hour rating or a 3-hour rating of these systems. But for any other questions, I mean, you can ask us later. We are not too far from here. We have the lab not close by, and we can offer these services as well. Coming back to the discussion we had regarding how products are manufactured, and we'll take the example of the pump. You said that how pumps are manufactured. Now, I want to ask this question, that you know how the pump is manufactured, you know the raw material would be cast iron and rubber. How will you ensure that the same pump is manufactured over and over again? What is quality control? Okay, you said test. Okay, how many times? How many times the test should be done? Okay, should be certified.
After 1 year, we will know that it's something.
But do you know what? I want to ask, do you know what certification is? Someone said certification. Anyone knows how certification works? It is not possible for civil defense to go in every building and check every pump. They will get angry, huh? They will come and meet you later. So typically how, I'll go back to how standard products are manufactured. Typically, how products are manufactured is that the design of the product is fixed and the raw materials are fixed. This is how, like you said, quality control is done. Typically, how certification gets done is that a third-party certification body will go to the manufacturing location, and take a copy of how the design is, what is the raw material that is used. If it is cast iron, what grade of cast iron? If it is rubber, what type of rubber? All of this is measured, sampled, and the product which is to be tested as per the test method is marked. This product, for example, if we take a door or anything, this is sent to the laboratory for a test that is to be conducted. Once this test is successful, the certification body goes back to the manufacturing location to ensure that the same product is manufactured with the same design, with the same raw materials, and there is an audit which is done on the manufacturing location on a repeated basis. Every year, the auditor will go, the third-party certification body will go. This results in what is called certification and listing. Any product which is certified will be listed on the directory of the certification body. Have any of you seen the directory of, let's say, UL? You have seen. Anyone else? You know how this works? Would you like to share how this works?
Just like the country and code of the product and you enter the code of the product, you can't see the file of
You can see the manufacturers.
it is listed on there. Sometimes the product is there, sometimes it's listed.
Yes.
It's easy to see that it's something like this.
It's easy to check. This is how, sir, the problem of checking the pumps, all the pumps, is made easy. People who are looking, let's say civil defense or any authority who is inspecting or who is supposed to inspect, they will check for the certificate and the product name. And they will look it up on the directory. If the product has come from China, and it is written that it has come from China on the listing, it means that there is someone who is going to the factory and checking where the product is being manufactured. This is an easy way. Any questions? Yes. Yes. So, which is very right. When you go to the pump, if you do the inspection of one pump, just give the mic, sir. I want this question to be heard by everybody.
Yes, my question, sometimes you give documents not correct for this pump.
Yes.
How can ensure or ensure this correct or not, this document for this pump or not?
Very good, very good. I want to answer in two parts. First part is, when you go and see the directory and you look at the name of the manufacturer, which is written on the company, and you search on the certification body, it will tell you which factory it is manufactured in. And then you go to the product and you see the product. The product will have a certification mark, and if you see this, this number here, this number links to the factory and the product. This number has to be on the product. If you go, typically you have these kind of labels, the certification labels or certification logo on the product. If it is not matching, then somebody is doing something wrong. This is the method which certification bodies follow, because they follow ISO standard which defines how this is to be done. Yes.
For the certification audit that you said, the auditors will come once in a year. period of time and what they're producing, who will check? I mean, there is random audits for the manufacturer, again from the third-party certification.
So I can answer that because I'm also a certification body. I represent one.
Yes, that's why.
Right?
Yes.
Typically, these audits are done either 2 times a year or by some certification bodies even 4 times a year. But the auditors are very well trained to check that what is the production material. If you are, like you are a manufacturer, if there is someone who is a manufacturer will understand that when an auditor comes, he can ask the manufacturer that show me the record of all incoming material. Show me the record of all outgoing material. Have you billed it? What is your financial data? How come you are showing that you have invoiced so much material, but you have not produced so much material? Are you making 2 books of accounts to show some material which is certified, but it is being not manufactured correctly? So the auditors have many ways to go deep into the manufacturing system. They come from manufacturing background. They understand how this is done. Any other questions? Yes. Just let the mic come.
Do you think we need any recommendation for specifying the materials here due to our environment and the heat and the dust?
Any what? Sorry?
And to specify additional requirement for the material to fit our environment as a safety?
It's a good question. I may not be able to answer in detail. I'm sure that a lot of law and code that is currently in practice has already factored in these variations of this country. For example, the test methods and the requirements which are set for. Sorry? You see, NFPA is a guiding code which is adopted directly or indirectly. And Drew can correct me if I'm wrong, but if NFPA code is being adopted by Saudi Arabia and there is some deviation that you need to take from the code, then you will write that you have to follow NFPA 101 clause 11.3, but the limit of this value instead of 5 is 12, because in Saudi Arabia it is more hot or it is more dusty or the humidity is high and so on and so forth. So these codes and standards are define the means to put law in place, but there are always the deviations are done by what is called the authorities having jurisdiction. Please correct me if I'm wrong too. Thank you. So assuming you are representing GACA, the airport authorities, I don't know if there is someone here from GACA, but GACA is building an airport which is closer to the sea, where the salt content in the air is much higher because of the humidity and salt content. They may ask for some additional requirements for all exterior material because it will get rusted. So all of these are local deviations that you can say that it has to be tested as per or it has to comply to NFPA code, but this value needs to be different. I hope that answers the question. Yes. Can I get a mic, please? No? No mic. I should come to you. Tell me, sir.
In physical and chemical properties. So sometime after 40 degrees, it will change. And some, they said, it will last for 3-4 years only because it's petroleum and it will affect by different environment factor. So sometime maybe it will be good in cold weather, but not in our hot environment. We have the highest ultra red and infrared and ultraviolet in Saudi Arabia and Gulf country.
Yes.
The highest in the world. So we need to check our environment for any installation we need. And like sometimes gypsum board you can find is good for water, but not good for fire. Some fiber cement board or MGO board from China or India, sometimes 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours. So we need to check, like the way municipality, they check 200 material. They went there to the factory. It will cost $25,000 for Turkey, 40,000 for China for 1 day. They take sample and go to the government lab there and check the sample. They make it once a year. So we hope that we have in the future. We have with SASO. SASO sometimes they check the material in the factory. But we need MPA, or if they want to help us in Saudi building code or insulation material, if they can, what you call this, study our environment before they apply this.
Are you representing SASO?
No. Saudi Green Building Council and Gulf Green Building Committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So you are right in your point, and it is a problem of the world that the rate at which new materials are being brought out in the world is much faster than the rate at which regulation is able to come. And it is everywhere in the world. You are representing Saudi Green Building Council. If you interact with USGBC or BREEAM or any of these bodies, they are all struggling to cope up, to come up with a new rule, because in every manufacturing location, people are constantly developing new and better products. And if someone wants to make a green product, it may not be always possible for him to comply to fire, to UV, to everything. Any other questions before we break for any other questions? No? No more questions? Should I continue with the presentation, or should we break a bit? You can show some tests. Yeah, I can. There is a NFPA 285 video, which is towards the end of the test. I can show that first. Let me very quickly continue. We were talking of how standard products are tested and certified. And we have some example of facades which are non-standard products. And typically, how a non-standard product or a customized product is tested is that for each customized system, a customized test needs to be built so that it evaluates the behavior of that material. For example, I'll come to the favorite topic of aluminum composite panels. People are interested to know a lot about these fires. Sir has been talking about the green building and how the green building really likes to have these kind of materials which are good on thermal properties, but they have a lot of organic compounds, and then they can possibly burn a lot. So very quickly, I'll give the background that till 1950s, the walls that were used to build high-rise buildings were load-bearing walls. And these walls had a limitation of height. And the technology of the way these walls were built allowed the buildings only to be of certain height and not high-rise buildings. But being load-building walls, they also provided the much-needed thermal insulation and the weather barrier that is needed. Water would not penetrate, heat would not penetrate, and so on and so forth. After the 1950s, when the technology started changing on how walls can be built, it allowed construction industry to build a lot of high-rise buildings without using load-bearing masonry walls. And you could make a structure and a superstructure going up to 40, 60, 80 floors without making load-bearing walls which were thicker and thicker. And this gave a lot of freedom to use different types of facades, but your problem remained that how will we get thermal insulation? And hence the use of organic compound-based insulation, whether it is PU, PIR, PUR, PU foam, LDPE, these kind of plastic or plastic-based materials would give very good insulation properties. And hence, they were used everywhere. But it is only much later that tests like the NFPA 285 were designed and planned. And I think some of you have seen the NFPA 285 test. I don't know where Dr. Mansoor is. But typically this is a test, I will show the video first. So this is how aluminum composite panel can be tested. There is a ground floor where there are 2 compartments. I will let you see the test first. No. This is a 30-minute test, and this is a fast-forward video. But any of you are aware of this test or have seen this test? Apart from manufacturers here. So this test typically is constructed in 2 compartments. This is the structure which is behind what was burning right now. There is a ground floor here which has a burner. No, this is not 2 hours. I'll just describe the test quickly. No, the test is for 30 minutes. It is not a fire resistance test, so there is no rating. It is not 30-minute rated. It is a 30-minute test to check if the fire propagates on the exterior surface of the building along the facade. So this is how the structure is. This is the ground floor burner. And on this structure, the facade is installed. The facade could be an aluminum composite panel. The facade could be a sandwich panel with PU foam or PIR foam. The facade could be an exterior insulation finishing system, which has a cementitious layer and PU foam and everything. And typically, this is how the system is installed. And the external burner and the internal burner are lit in a gap of 5 minutes. And this is how this test, which is not for 2 hours, it is the 30-minute test. And this video is about 1.5 minutes, which does a fast forward of how this test works. There are 2 parameters that are to be evaluated. Fire should not cross the 10 feet marker here, which means the external fire should not propagate more than 10 feet on the surface of the material. It should not propagate 5 feet from the center here, this section. And this whole system is loaded with a large number of temperature sensing devices or thermocouples, which check the temperature of the material inside. So typically, if there is an air gap between the facade material and the block wall, there could be smoke and heat that travels up like a chimney, and even if the fire is not outside on the surface, maybe somewhere here or somewhere here, the fire will trigger out because there is a chimney of smoke that is building up the heat at a point of time. So these are the 2 ways in which the fire would actually spread on the surface of the building. It could spread because this material is starting to burn, or it could spread because there is a chimney of smoke which is building up the heat, and the fire could come up after 2 stories. The fire would come out and keep on propagating the fire further and further. So this test is conducted here in our laboratory, and we have been testing many different types of materials to evaluate how the design of the system and the material is correct. And as per the code in UAE, as well as in the Saudi building code, this test is mandatory for evaluating the design of the cladding system that is to be installed in a building. Yes, any questions? Break. Enough. All right, you can take the questions.
يتفضل المهندس عبد الله بن عوض القحطاني لتكريم الأستاذ أبو الشيخ شعبان.
We can take a break. I just have about 20 minutes of presentation left. We will finish up.
We have to clap for.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
الآن ندعوكم إلى استراحة. تفضل.
Thank you.
بس كويك نوت باقي عندنا يا اخوه الله يرضى عليكم اول شاكر ممتن للجميع اللي حضروا. عندنا تو انترستنج سيشنز مع اور فريند بعد الصلاه ان شاء الله تعالى، فارجو تحضرون، مفيده هي للجميع. احنا
10 more minutes. Only 10 minutes more.
After the break.
If you want, we will continue and we can finish.
No, I'll take the break because people need to do the prayer.
Sure. Yes.
Then we'll continue after 1
Okay.
hour. So we'll have 2 more sessions.
Yes.
And we'll ask you kindly if you could squeeze them a little bit.
It is already squeezed. Only one
we need
session
you
is
to
left.
squeeze them more.
Yes.
So we'll come back after 1 hour. عندنا ساعة بريك. نرجع أو لا مو بساعة، يفترض نص ساعة عفوا، 12 ونص علشان ما نطول عليكم يا إخوة الله يرضى عليكم بعد إذن المايسترو. 12 ونص نرجع نبدأ هنا ونحاول في التو سيشنز ان زميلنا يضغط عليها قليل بحيث نحاول نخلص يعني على 1 ونص ان شاء الله تعالى نتمنى ذلك، بحيث انه يصير في سيشن اخيره اذا استطعنا للاسئله والاجوبه. شكرا لكم.
تفضل يا أحمد.
Okay, sure.
Sorry about the mic thing, but they kind of, I told them about it, but they were like kind of, they didn't know how to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Sure.
later on when it comes to the discussion and after that,
Yeah.
I'll ask him to have like 2 people, one in the middle, like one in
Sure.
the section.
And
if
then
just
we
get,
can
like,
have
points
discussion.
at them, and the discussion I'm going to be up here
Okay.
choosing who will answer the questions.
Okay, sure.
Yes, thank you very much for
No
the
problem.
informative presentation.
No problem.
Just only 2 questions because I might
No,
not be
you
here
can ask
after-
5 questions also.
Thank you very much indeed, because I might not be here after the break. One question is for the NFP.
STME.
Only one test.
NFP is.
حضورنا الكرام، نرحب بكم مرة أخرى في ورشة عامة متطلبات واختبارات السلامة من الحرائق في كود البناء للمواد والمنشآت. نستكمل ما قطعناه قبل الصلاة مع السيد أبا الشيخ شعبان.
Assalamu alaikum. We should finish in 10 minutes, right? Or 5 minutes? So I will continue very quickly, and if I have everyone's attention, then we will quickly finish in 15-20 minutes. The last part of the whole designing system is what we remember, if you remember the first slide, is workmanship. And before the break, we discussed about the code, what is the background of the code, how the code comes into practice. We also discussed regarding materials, that how there are materials can be divided into two different groups. There are standard materials which are manufactured in a factory, and they can have certification using a certification process. We also discussed regarding customized materials. Someone was giving an example of HVAC ducts. We were talking of facades, and typically when we certify a customized system, there is a customized test that has to be planned to test the system using an existing test method. But once the test is passed, someone needs to go and do an inspection at the site to ensure that the customized system is being installed in the way it was tested. We also saw very quickly the NFPA 285 test and the video for the NFPA 285 test. And we can take some questions after this, but the last part, to build fire safety in the construction, is the workmanship. We know that typically we will eventually certify materials, have a very good design of the building, the design is reviewed, but eventually we have to find a contractor who will build. And you can qualify a contractor on the basis of the documents that he would submit. He could be, he could have an ISO 9000 or whatever, but if he installs the products in the wrong way, as you can see in this image, there is a fire door, but it is installed with gaps, and it is installed wrongly. There are some doors, there are some partition walls which are installed with some ducts, and they are installed leaving a gap inside. So if you have an installation which is done incorrectly, all the testing, the certification which is done is all going waste, because a good product, if it is installed in the wrong way, it is equal to a bad product. So there are many examples where we as an inspection body go on sites and see that installations have not been done correctly, air gaps have been left, so all the effort, the time, the energy spent is gone. Which brings me to this slide which talks about various types of inspections which are required to oversee the work of contractors. For example, we talk of NFPA 80. This is a standard method which checks how fire-rated doors are installed and whether they are installed correctly. You could spend maybe 30,000 dirhams or 10,000 dirhams to buy a good fire-rated door with ironmongery, but if it is installed incorrectly, then all of that money spent in buying a fire-rated door is gone. So if it is very, very critical that an inspection is done to check that the installation is done correctly. Sir here mentioned about fire stops while we were talking in the morning. If the fire stopping is not done correctly, then the fire-rated walls, the fire-rated partitions, they are useless. They have absolutely no meaning. And hence, these third-party inspections are very, very critical. You have any questions you want to ask about how these inspections are done or when these inspections are done? Are you aware of these inspections? Anybody who would want to ask? Yes. Okay. There are some inspections which the consultant does, but typically inspections related to fire stops, for example, or fire stops, the fire stopping, or the fire-rated doors, it is in the interest of the building owner or the developer or the government authority who is approving the building that this inspection is done by a third-party independent body. Because assuming this wall is done as a fire-resistant wall, and there is a penetration in it for the electrical conduits, and the contractor has subcontractor who will do the fire stopping, and the fire stopping is inspected by the consultant. Now, assuming it is the consultant on the project who is doing this inspection, it is not in his interest to tell the subcontractor that this is done wrong, to redo it, because it will delay the project and it will cause the consultant's payment from the developer to get withheld. So usually the owner of the building or the developer will have some third-party inspection bodies who will do these critical inspections, because at the end of it, for a building which is getting constructed, the contractor and the consultant both have financial contracts that require the building to be constructed in a limited period of time. And hence, the consultant, even though he's technically responsible, he may not always take care that the installation is done correctly.
Okay, so sometimes the supplier of the fire stopping material, he is required to do kind of
exams.
And like maybe testing, not testing, I would say like supervision and consulting, maybe approving the method of installation of this fire stopping material. Maybe this is part of this contract with the designer and the
Correct.
Again, since for instance, the fire stopping here, it's a continuous process. It is not
Yes.
done, I suppose it's not done just once and it's over. I mean, maybe for the...
It is done while the installation is being done. It is a continuous process. So,
penetrations are always there.
yes,
So many penetrations.
that is correct.
So that's why I'm asking, is it done by the consultant through being
it has to be done from an independent third-party body, and because typically the subcontractor who is doing fire stopping, they have a limited value contract. So if I am a certified installer, I have certified installer, I am a certified installer subcontractor, and I have a contract from you, as an example, and you are giving me, let's say, 10,000 riyals to do 3 floors, for example. If my fire stopping has not been done correctly on 1 floor, I would not say that it has not been done correctly. I would move to the next floor. If the consultant says, oh, it's not been done correctly, break the wall, do it again. Who will pay for extra material, extra time? The extra time will go to the life of the project. So consultant will say, okay, continue. This is the reason why an independent body is always mandated. Even in the in United States or in all the other countries where you have fire stopping inspectors who need to have a accreditation to do fire stopping, they are always engaged by either the developer or someone who is above the contractor and the consultant.
Yeah. The first stopping, again, it has to be done according to the guidelines, maybe in this case, the UN certificate.
Yes, this is the standard practice for on-site inspection for installed fire stops. There is a ASTM standard which defines how this inspection needs to be done.
Before the inspection, the installation of them in order to get this integrity rating of.
Yes, yes.
You have to install the material with the specific guidelines.
Right.
Again, it is the responsibility of the contractor to read carefully how to install these materials. And again, maybe it's okay for the consultant to tell the contractor to read the work if it is not done according to what has been said.
Right. Right. I think this is excellent what you have summarized, and I wish everybody could hear it properly. If someone could give you a mic, but I will repeat what you have just said, that typically, yes. Okay. 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 Yeah. This is actually just the last slide, and we can continue on the questions. This is the last slide, and questions are welcome after this. Yeah. I am finished, so we can. I will. Once Drew comes on the stage, I will repeat what he said.
طيب نبدأ حاليا اللي هي المناقشة والاجتماع الختامي. Please, Dr. Azara and Dr. Hazza to join us on the stage after taking your mic. راح نستقبل أسئلة، بس اللي عنده سؤال ما في مشكلة، يعني ممكن يوقفون أول شيء. اللي عنده أي سؤال أو كذا راح يوصل له المايك وراح يسأل سواء كان أي واحد منهم وبيتفاعل معه.
Wait, Dr. Mansoor can come, please. I will just stand. I like to stand. You should come on the stage, please.
اوكي. اذا اللي عنده سؤال بس لاي الدكاتره تفضل سأل.
انا بس اللي جنبي
لو عشان الموجودين يسمعون.
المهندس محمد الخماش مواصفات والمقاييس. انا كنا بدي
لو تقرب الميكروفون منك.
انا ودي اسال كان الدكتور منصور، كنت اتمنى ان كان يعني اخذ مبدا تقييم الخطر. فاحنا الحراك الان كله باكثر شيء عن الكلايدنج، خاصه الكومبوزيت بانل. فكنت تمنيت ان الدكتور منصور اعطي وقت اكثر ولكن عندي للسؤالين. السؤال الدكتور، لاحظت ان عندك تعرف ان المعايير الامريكيه في تقييم الخطر وتقييم مقاومه الحريق والمعايير الاوروبيه، فهل ممكن يعني تعطينا يعني وش الفرق كذا؟ لان احيانا يكون اف ار ولا اي 2 ولا الشيء الثاني ان لاحظت انك كنا نتكلم عن ان يكون الواح الالمنيوم مركبه، ولاحظتك انك كتبت مثل السي ام اي، فهل في هناك فرق؟ ممكن مثلا ما عاد تستخدم كثير، فيكون المعيار يختلف.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Okay.
Classification, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Classification of the combustibility or non-combustibility, either to use fire retarded or to use the European classification A1, A2, up to F. So there is no big difference between these two classifications. It depends on the test used for classification, for fire rating. In the American, I think now the ASTM 119, which used for classification or rating, I don't think, I'm not quite sure that will be suitable to test the composites, the aluminium composites. I don't think so. This is a question, and you have to
I'll
answer.
answer.
Yeah,
I have a
you
good
answer.
answer for this, yes.
Yes, from your experience.
Yes.
And also, I doubted that test could be done for aluminium panels. So what rating now for aluminium panels?
Okay, I want to answer this question, and I want to add that last week I attended a conference in Sweden where we had the experts from all over the world presenting about 15 different test methods used around the world to do large-scale testing. But the first thing that I want to clarify, and this is a confusion among a lot of people in the world, is that composite panel has a rating. Aluminium composite panel does not have a fire resistance rating at all. Aluminium composite panel is only a cladding material. The fire resistance rating, or a test as per ASTM E119, is done for a partition wall or a partition wall system, which means that this test is done to check if the fire coming from inside of the building will not go out, or if there is a fire happening in an adjacent building, the fire will not enter into a building. If we conduct a test of a wall system with ASTM, as per ASTM E119, and if that wall system has an ACP, for example, the ACP will melt and burn. Finish, it will go away. The wall will remain, because if the wall is made out of concrete block, which is fire rated, for example, it will remain. But the most important criteria which is used to evaluate cladding material, it could be ACP, it could be EIFS system, it could be a sandwich panel. The criteria is fire propagation. And there are different test methods which are used to evaluate that if the fire breaks out of a window and attacks the aluminium composite panel or the cladding system, will it propagate across the vertical or the horizontal, up or down, or not? It is a combination of many different factors of how flame retardancy is there or not, is there flame spread, and if the system will cause the fire to propagate or not. So it is a system test.
Can I comment, please? Using MCM, I think the standard test 119, it's used for MCM for metals. For metals, because the melting point, if we are going to use steel, so the temperature is 1,400 degrees C. But I think cladding came in the way, and there is no standards.
No, I'll explain. Yeah. The fire resistance test, as per ASTM E119, if you read the title of E119, it is for partition systems. It is for partition systems. So you could test an assembly of a wall with the aluminum composite panel, insulation material, and concrete, and test this whole system to check if there is a fire coming from one side of the building, will it go inside? But the ASTM E119 is not for, in fact, it is not for any material. So it is not for ACP or anything. It is for a wall system. That is the title of the, sorry? It is not for the exterior cladding. It is for a wall system.
ممكن بس لو تنطر المايك عشان يجيك عشان الباقيين يسمعون. ما في مشكلة بس لا ودنا يكون كل الجميع بس يستفيد من ال. اسأل.
Yeah, okay, it's just a follow-up. It's not a separate question. So.
Okay, I'm going to answer about what he asked about. That MCM, it's a generic name for a metal composites, and ACP, it's a special type of that cladding material, composite material. But still, I think the test now, the proper test for rating or classification of aluminium composites, it's not answered yet.
I will answer that.
Second, I think also in the codes, it's not specifically mentioned.
Okay, in the code, in Saudi building code.
In Saudi building code,
it is mentioned.
It's mentioned. If it's covered, I think it's become worse. If it's covered by aluminium, then there is no need for testing.
You see this section?
Yeah. That's full scale test. This full scale test.
This is the full scale test as per NFPA 285.
Yes, MCM. This is MCM as a generic name.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not specifically for aluminium. Yeah.
So ACP is a type of MCM?
It's a type, but it should mention specifically, because all of these tests will not. It's not satisfactory for aluminium. Aluminium will melt.
If we do this test, if we do the NFPA 285 test for an aluminium composite panel, which is the type of MCM, this is how the behavior is. I showed the test.
This is fire propagation test. It's not rating.
It is not.
It's not rating.
But the aluminium composite panel cannot have fire resistance rating.
Yes, that's the problem. Wow, yeah, we have to go back and check things in the code. In the code.
Okay.
There is a certain rating.
Yeah, Dr. Mansour, if you allow.
I'm not following.
So, okay, if you allow me, I would like to kind of. Now.
Communication gap, maybe I'm not understanding.
So you are saying, Dr. Mansour, that this does not cover aluminium, and therefore you are saying it's not. You need to have it written in the code clearly, specifically that is aluminium. Well, this is not a must, really. So I agree that it's sufficient to say. Now, on the other hand, you mentioned something important in the morning, that no matter what material you're using with it, it's gonna, yeah. This material should not be used. It's not a problem with the code. It's a problem with the user, with us.
No, even with the code.
Because
why they are permitting the usage of these types of panels? It's permitted. It's written. It's permitted to be used. If the plastic foam or the covered by a metal, such as aluminium with thickness of 0.5.
Where is that?
It's in the.
No, I mean which code? 801 or 201?
It's Saudi code, I think, in the chapter.
Do you have it on?
Yeah, chapter 5.
I'm just getting to it.
Yeah,
okay.
chapter 5.
When it talks about under 201.
201. Go to chapter 5.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Presentation. I just have this one, which is one. I don't have all the. It's not in my presentation.
اوكي ممكن ننتقل لسؤال ثاني بس تفضل.
Saudi building code, they start at 2004 and they published at 2009. So maybe they need to update it, something. So they need to update something. And okay, in your lab, did you examine gypsum board, fiber cement board, MG board as board or as cladding? And did you make it as complete system and test it in your lab in Dubai, or you test only the panel? And if you have MGO board or fiber cement board or gypsum board, do you have testing for only the panel or the material, or sometimes you test it as a complete system, or put it inside room and test it?
So fiber gypsum board, whether it is
or MGO board or fiber cement board.
oxide, cement oxide, gypsum, any of these boards are typically used to make partition walls. This is application number 1. Application number 2 is that these boards can be as finished, like finishing, but and hence they are tested in 2 test methods.
Okay.
One, they are tested as a wall assembly, which means that the manufacturer will come with a design which is board. Board could be magnesium, whatever.
Okay.
Insulation material. Another board starts, tracks the whole system.
Yeah.
This system is tested for fire resistance as per ASTM E119 or BS 476 or EN.
Did you test something in your lab in Dubai, gypsum board, complete system, or fiber, or MGO? Okay.
Yes, we have tested these systems for fire resistance, not for fire propagation.
Okay.
This is fire propagation.
You tested with 5 centimeter thickness and 7 centimeter. They put the rock wool or mineral wool between 2 boards. Did you test the complete system or only?
The whole system.
Yes.
The whole system, not the board alone.
Okay.
Cement board, struts, tracks, insulation material, cement board, wall system.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
Okay. The question in practical term now. I'm going to move from the code for a while.
Okay.
Today, after all these incidents in Dubai, and you are there to certify things and to do things, what is the policy about the aluminium composite cladding? So that's a reality now. What will do to certify that it's okay? Or so the question is for both of you.
You start, and then
I'll start, and I'll ask Drew to help me. See, there is a code which is published and revised in 2013, which mandates 2 types of tests. One is a material test that needs to be done for the material of anything which is flammable. It could be aluminum composite panel, it could be PU, PIR, PU foam, which is used as infill. So this is the material test. And then there is a system test or a large-scale test. In the current code,
You don't mind?
okay.
84.
So for the material test,
Yeah, just
there are 3-4 tests which are written. There is the ASTM E84 test. There is the EN 13501 classification test. There is the DIN 4102. I don't remember. There are 2 more tests. There is a DIN test. There is a EN. There is a BS 476 part 6 and 7. So there are 4 options which the code gives for material suppliers to do a material level test. And then there are 4 options. This is the BS 8414, the NFP 285, the DIN 4102, and the FM 4880, I think. These are 4 large-scale system tests which freeze not only the material but the system design, which varies from building to building. So this is the current code, and then Drew can probably also help.
Yeah, thanks for that. Based on some recent fires in Dubai, it's become a very important issue. I've been working closely with the UAE Federal Civil Defense on this exact issue. There have been some mistakes made in the past. Mistakes where the actual test that was demonstrated to be applied to the cladding was not the correct test. So this discussion is very, very important. It underscores the importance of education and training. What is the ASTM E119 really for? What is the NFPA 285 really for? Understanding that, both from the manufacturer's perspective and from the authority's perspective in approving that material. At this point in the UAE, there's a number of things that are going on. Of course, there's training to educate the authorities and to educate the manufacturers. There's some new requirements now that for future buildings, new building construction, the material must meet the standards that were just mentioned.
NFP 285
must. There's two other pieces of the equation that are a challenge. What do you do with the existing 2,000 plus buildings that have material that may not be correct? So there's a process, there's an educational process that's going on to figure out a best approach to correct that situation. And then you have the situation of construction ongoing now and inspections that need to be done. It's not only just the material may be fine, but how is that material installed in relation to the building? What about fire stopping? In some cases, there's no fire stopping. So you have the curtain wall without any fire stopping. That's a problem. So all of these issues are ongoing. This has the highest level priority to move forward with best practices globally. So the reason why there was this event
in the conference in Sweden, we had a large delegation.
That there's other events going on. Information is coming in. It's not just here in the Middle East, it's globally. Now, the Middle East has buildings, new high-rise buildings, probably more so than anywhere, maybe China and other places, but it's focused here. I can tell you the code is perfect. It doesn't need any. I'm joking. This is part of the process. Whenever there are fires, whenever there are issues of accidents, new equipment, new ways of doing things, that's why these codes, and it's so important to have the latest version of the code, that's why these codes are revised every 3 years, to receive input from experts like yourself to revise the language in the code to reflect real-world conditions based on some new ways of doing things and improvements.
Your opinion, I'm not asking now politically speaking. No, I mean, from your experience,
Yes.
of being in the way, being exposed to all of these things, do you have that feeling? Do you think legitimately that there's something?
I think the code can better reflect what should happen. I think there's language that should be in the test methods to further define. I think that the private sector, engineering firms, architectural firms need to be further educated. The manufacturers need to be clearer. And the ultimate authority having jurisdiction needs to know a whole lot more than they have in the past. So it's everyone.
اوكي طيب بدنا بس نشوف اخر سؤال اللي ما عندنا وقت بس تفضل استاذ. اوكي.
Yes, sir. My question is from both of you regarding NFPA 285. First, what I understand from engineer Dr. question, I think he is saying that in Saudi code, ACP is not mentioned clearly, and there's no definition what test is required for ACP. We know, I'm from Dubai, and as a manufacturer, I know that UAE code is clearly mentioned that SCP, the term SCP is mentioned in the code, that it should be tested according to these tests, and this will be the thickness of the aluminium, minimum. I think he's saying that it should be there, like the one in the Dubai code is already there for the SCP especially. My second question is from Mr. Dr. Drew. NFPA 285 test. We saw like Dubai and UAE code, civil defense is very strict. And now all the manufacturing companies, they are doing the test NFPA 285 for their product. But we saw that there is no practicality in the test. Basically, who will check that the design which is passed for the manufacturing company, is it practical or not? Practical in a sense, for example, someone, he fixed the panels and passed without putting silicone, and he's putting, for example, GIU channels and passing the test. Is it practical? I mean, we can use it in our buildings normally, what typically design we have. If we see in all buildings, in joints, there are silicone, right? So if the whole design is okay, and you're not putting the silicone, and then when you pass the test and you give someone the certificate, and the guy, the facade contractor, he is installing the same panels, but putting the filling the joints with silicone, non-ferrous silicone, then what will happen? Because it's not clear.
Let me answer
that. NFPA 285.
Let me answer that, and I will also club that answer to capture what I was telling to this gentleman in the blue tie. I don't know his name.
Yes.
But that was to be completed. Inspection of fire stopping is one thing that we were talking of, but the fact is that what is tested as a system needs to be inspected at the site. This is the key, and it is very, very important from an implementation point of view. We were talking of fire stopping. Fire stopping material are many. There are several types of fire stopping material for vertical joints, for horizontal joints. You have liquid based, you have so many different types of fire stopping material. Each fire stopping material is tested in a specific application, and only that application is where it is allowed to be used in the site. This has to be inspected. In the same way, if silicone is used or not used, if there is an air gap between the insulation material and the ACP, if there is a certain density, if there is a certain thickness, if there is a certain method of installation, all of this is actually captured in great details in the test report. Typically, a test report for a NFPA 285 test is about 100 pages, out of which 30 pages is just drawings and installation details, material details. This is the reference point for the inspector to go and check that is this the installation that is being done? If it is not, then the system, the civil defense will not approve. It is wrong installation.
Yes, but basically I'm saying that someone, he passed the NFPA 285 test without silicone, right? You cannot use this practically in a building. Without silicone or without anything to fill the joints, and you already passed the test.
Yeah.
So you have the document, and this is approved from civil defense. You can give it to any facade contractor that I have passed the test and I can give you my product. But how, if he asks you for the design, how he will fix without filling the joint? But NFPA 285, you can pass it without this filling the joint. What is the answer for that?
The answer is that one issue is passing the test. You have a document that says you passed the NFPA 285. It then has to be installed on site, the product. Civil defense needs to have procedures in recognizing who is the installer and then inspecting what the installer did. So it's not just the test itself, it's the comprehensive pieces of all of those things together. Without that, you fail to conform to what was intended with the NFPA 285 and the application of it on site, including the fire stops and the way it's installed on the structure itself. Without that, it's like the picture of the fire door that was installed with the gaps.
Yes, but this will be a big question mark, because if people going to get a design from the manufacturer and then he's going to fix the same design on the building, and there's the test is passed with the gap, and then he's filling with silicone, any silicone. So this is an extra thing. So I think engineering judgment will be required. And as the SASO representative are here, I want to make this point for them, so they see if any manufacturing company, he is providing a system to someone, it should be practical. I'm the manufacturer, so it should be practical. It's very important.
I understand. I understand. And each piece of those are very important. If your product has passed that test, and someone is out in a balcony smoking shisha, and it's a windy day, and one of the embers flies against the material, the likelihood that that is going to ignite is very low. If there's an electrical circuit, an electrical component that fails, the likelihood that that material is going to catch is less. But that's only one piece of the equation. Right. You're exactly right.
Yes, my concern was the same. Like the air gap is very dangerous for aluminum composite panel. So if someone can pass with the air gap, so it will be
many
different
issues.
thing. One more question from Mr. Abhishek sir last. Sorry, I'm very sorry. Someone asked me what is NFPA 285, what is the price of this and why it's so expensive? Someone asked me to tell you. So I just want to clarify.
You're asking
if you can.
a price question in a public. Well, if you go to any laboratory for a large-scale test, it is not inexpensive anywhere in the world, because these tests require a lot of planning. These tests require a lot of time, apart from the material and the costs. Typically, if you conduct an NFPA 285 test, all through the 6 days of the installation, there are multiple engineers who are witnessing the installation method, who are witnessing and cross-comparing the details given on the drawing, and all of this is captured. So it actually includes kind of an inspection activity as part of the installation for the mock-up as well. And any test you do, there are about 15 large-scale tests known in the world. None of them is inexpensive.
Yes, I know this. It was just for clarification for someone. So sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Engineer Osama Ghazali from Sasu Makkah region. I have, for me, it's very clear that for the future project or maybe ongoing project, we can enforce the using of fire-rated panels and installation in, according to the code. But we have, maybe I think it's even applicable in most of, for the existing building that uses the cladding panels that is not fire-rated. What's the appropriate solutions? Because it's kind of a dilemma we are having here in our region. It's from the point of view of the law enforcement authorities and the owners of these buildings.
I'll comment on that one. This is what keeps me up at night. It's a very difficult situation. Looking at the existing buildings, I gave the example in the UAE, there's over 2,000 buildings that have some of this material that is of a concern. So who's going to pay for this? How do you approach it? We are looking at some solutions right now on how to approach this. We're thinking about starting with, we know what the buildings are. And perhaps there's, I'll call it a phase one approach, where you take the buildings that have the most material, that pose the highest risk, and perhaps you take one of the panels off and you do a simple test. There's a simple test called a cone calorimeter. that can just do an initial screening on the material to find out if indeed it's what we think it might be. But then there's other pieces. There's an economic piece. If you find out that the building is of that material that needs to be replaced, how do you approach that? Perhaps you have every 4 floors a band of other material that is rated, that is fire rated, just to stop the migration up. Then there's existing issues of currently, is the building maintained properly as far as the sprinkler systems, the pumps, the egress, all of the other pieces of the code, that if there is an issue, if there is a fire, at least the systems are in place to assist in getting people out of the building. So these are just a few of the things that are being looked at right now to approach what is the biggest challenge, and that is the existing building problem. I hope that helps. That's a little bit.
اوكي اللي في التيشيرت الاستاذ في القميص الرمادي السؤال عندك بس بيجيك المايك الحين. المايك هناك برا. اي نعم.
One question. STM, BS, ISO, NFA, BA, FMUL. What's the most impact in application for product? Again, if you apply BS Part 7 or STM 94, more compatible for my product?
Okay. See, the thing is, this is a question which is raised a lot, specifically in countries who are adopting standards of other, or adopting standards which have been written earlier. Okay.
From your experience?
I cannot give a straight answer to it because there is no direct comparison of the two test methods. For example, if you want to talk about the BS 476 Part 6 and 7, which do flame spread and smoke develop, versus the ASTM E84, which does the same thing, flame spread and smoke develop. If you see the tests, there are different tests. They are completely different test methods. They have a different criteria to classify the flame spread behavior. They use different methodology. But at the end, they do the same thing, which means they classify the material behavior. So, which one is better? I cannot really answer. There is no answer to it because it is like, for example, in school, there are two curricular systems. You know, there could be a British curricular system and an American curricular system. Okay. You know, the children study in both the schools. They will pass, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. They are both bright children. But who is brighter than each other, you cannot compare because they are different methodologies. Which one is working for you as a manufacturer? I don't know if you are a manufacturer. But for a manufacturer, you have to see what is your market. Where are you selling the product? Is it driven only by what is written in the government requirement? Or you have requirements, at times you have additional requirements coming from developers or authorities. You could have an airport authority, you could have a hotel who would say we have our own standards and we want this test method. So there is no clear answer that whether you should go to BS or FM or
Thank you. Okay. السؤال الأخير معنا.
I attended the last meeting between Dubai Municipality, Dubai Lab, Central Lab, before the address hotel fire after that. And even civil defense, even they had the code at 2012, now they are updating the code. It's good that for us, we must update it. So, and now they are looking, like in the green building, we are not looking only heat insulation. I need something anti-fungus, anti-bacteria, anti-mold, and I need like UL Green Guard and UL Ecolabel. Now, after a few months, maybe they will make it mandatory in Dubai, so they will ban all the chemical and VOC. So in the future, do you advise us to have not only heat insulation and fire resistance, something eco-friendly material and from natural material, and that will have no smoke, and if we have UL Green Guard in the future. What about FM Intertech? They have Green Guard and Ecolabel, or it's only for UL?
Okay, my past employer was Intertech. I can give you some answer to this. But let me begin with your first question, whether you said that whether it is good for you to have this or this or this. The answer is only from your side. Only you can answer that question, because when you say we, you are representing a community, you are representing a country, and it is the priority of you as a community, as a country, as a region, that what is more important? Where do you want to put more money? Where do you want to save more money? And those things. The more materials that come out in the market, the more research is done, and the more side effects are found out about it. You had said UL Green Guard. UL Green Guard is a method by UL as a third-party certification body to help manufacturers and industry distinguish and certify. Every certification body, whether it is BRE or Intertech or they all come up with different certification schemes and methods to help manufacturers and buyers take a good choice. So yes, there are solutions from everyone that are available. And if there are none, they will come up with solutions very soon.
طيب نشكر جميع من حضر هذا اللقاء، نتمنى أن تكونوا استفدتم. هذا سوف يكون ختام هذه ورشة هذه العمل. لا تنسوا أن تستلموا شهادات الحضور عند طريقة الخروج. هذا والله أعلم، وصلى الله وسلم على نبينا محمد، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you.
يعطيك العافية. متى تفضل اني اجي بكره؟